All right, hey everyone, Eggman here, joined by Zach, our Eagle X, for my first Gundam event ever. It's a beta win-a-box, so it's the beta format, and the winner, if they trust me, will get a box of set one in June, July. Actually, July. July is when it comes out. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't trust me with the box. I don't know if I don't know the release date, huh? But
Maybe not with the calendar.
yeah, yeah, trust me. But hey, the event is free. All right, it's free entry, right? So it's there's only more ways for me to lose money at the end of the day. But I am once again joined by Zach. How you doing, Zach?
Doing great. It's a pleasure to be here, man. This is something that I've been very interested in, and I know the community is super excited to see a first structure tournament for the game.
Yeah. I and so for this event, so for people who don't know, we do have proxies. We know how difficult it is for people to get a play set, or even just like the cards they want from this set. So I don't want that to be a factor from someone being able to compete from this. And just to see, even with our 50 or so mini meta that we have, what's the best thing and best way to build this? And from what we've been seeing from the 64 people who are entered into this one, there's a lot of different ways you can make these decks. I'm really pleased with the amount of diversity that we have.
Yeah, really, you take a glance through this, and it doesn't seem apparent. What's the best way to build a deck? You have a lot of really cool paths that people are doing. Color combinations, I think, are really fun, and one of the emphasis that we can see in the Gundam card game as a whole, especially as we get further with bigger card pools.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. But yeah, I think you're right. No one has really agreed that this deck is tier zero yet. I think every color combination is pretty close. And if you were playing today, Zach, what would you be playing for this one?
I think if I was playing, as much as I love the idea of playing Wing, I think I'd probably be playing more of a blue green mid range deck, just
Mm-hmm.
because I think Breach is such a good keyword.
Yeah, I think it's honestly super strong in this meta. One thing that I've kind of noticed because we play a bunch of Bandai card games, right? And something compared to something like One Piece and Digimon kind of has the same issue that once when you're at zero life, you feel like there's no coming back, right? You have to win on the next turn, kind of thing, or it's a very thin wire. But for this game, if you have like blockers, or you know that they don't have any pilots left because they are in like top deck mode, you can sustain at like one, or like even just have a base, and your base can just be a stalwart for like most of the game at the end part, which is really different from again other Bandai card games.
Yeah, I was going to say you just touched on a really big point. Those bases that we have in Gundam is such a huge and unique mechanic
Yeah,
that I think provides a lot of unique gameplay.
yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And you can, again, we play a lot of Bandai card games. You can see bits and pieces that have been kind of collaborated on how this works, and I've been again having a lot of fun with it. So we do have our first round starting in a couple minutes. I'm jumping through some different tables real quick. It's going to be a little bit more of a crapshoot for finding games just because it's the first round and it's a little bit difficult to identify archetypes, especially when there's not like a leader sitting present on the front of someone's mat when we're jumping into these tables. But we're going to just try to see if there's anyone we can pick on, and I'll be basing it off of how good people's setups are, which I think honestly, table four I think feels pretty good for our first rant match, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, table four. Let's go ahead and take it away there.
Cool. So we've got Garrett versus. Let me get this. Yeah, we can we can just jump over there. I can correct the names once we do. Actually, let me Garrett Farrington versus Daniel Ha, and I definitely have heard both these names. I know Garrett for sure. You can't not know Garrett once you meet him. Let me let me assure you guys on that one. But let me see what's the best way to kind of clarify what these players are playing. So Garrett is playing a blue and green deck. He said, "I don't know what to call this," which you know what it's kind of
We're
fair.
learned together.
It's
Yeah.
kind of fair on that. I'm gonna say the closest thing I will call this is more of like a kind of Zaku mid range kind of deck. If that makes sense. So we'll put the Char Zaku as the image for him, and then for Daniel, let's see what's Daniel playing a little bit more of.
Looks like it's also a blue green deck. like a little bit of breach aggro, I think is what he's calling it.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I think that would be more of that. So yeah, these are two aggressive decks here. I wouldn't expect these to last the full 35, which is the time limit that we have for this event. There's, the tournament structure's not complete, which is fair because the game's not out yet. But we're doing 35-minute rounds for our event today, just because that's kind of the sweet spot for what something like this would probably be. So we'll see if that's too much time or not a lot, but I think it's probably going to be fine.
Oh, I think it's perfect. I mean, we have a pretty small card pool, so it makes sense that we're just kind of learning how this tournament scene is going to work together, like you said.
Yeah,
Find that sweet spot together.
for sure. All right, and looks like Garrett's going to be going second.
Yep, and we know they're going second because we got the EX resource on the back of their field there, and we got those beautiful Hero Yui resources. I don't know if you got your hands on any of those yourself yet.
The which one?
The Hero Yui resources, the blue
Oh,
ones that we see on Garrett's side.
yeah, I have two right now, which I'm using as EX resources right now. You have a couple if people want to get some though, right?
Oh, you're already doing the plug. Yeah,
I am, but
exactly.
I don't have it set up for this screen, so we'll show it off later. But if you guys want
Yeah,
to get into a Gundam tournament, there's another one tomorrow night. We'll show off the links for it, but it is using the tourney command on our side. It's being hosted by Eagle XR. I'll post it on the YouTube side right now too. But make sure to check it out if you guys haven't already. I know a lot of people are wanting to play in tonight's event, and we did cap out, so another chance for people tomorrow.
yep, and we already see that Garrett. We saw a pass from Dan on his first turn, but then Garrett just immediately played a gun tank, not trying to get any of the value for pinging a tapped unit.
Yeah. And looks like we've got Zaku 2 on the other side. That is the green card. So it's clear that, Garrett's playing some blue, and we've got green from Daniel's side. Yeah, that Zaku 2 is such a good early game card. It can get rid of an EX resource, or sorry, an EX base, which is really
Yeah, right
strong, and
away.
yeah, very helpful. And we got the gun tank and gun cannon on the board now. Just need the Gundam.
Yeah. Yeah, getting a little bit of the control pieces on Garrett's side here, because gun cannon, when you pair it with a pilot, you get tap a unit that's 2 HP or less.
Yeah. But we tried to use it on the Amaru. But we are one level
Not,
short. We are level 3 since
yeah,
we have 3 resources, and it's a level 4 card. So good on Garrett catching that. I find myself wanting to try to do that play every time, and you're just not quite there yet.
yeah, they're trying to curb out the aggro or to curb out the plays of what they really want you to play in each turn pretty well in this game, because just having that level and cost mechanic is so cool to see.
Yeah. I know that you haven't really played Dragon Ball Masters, but the end game of that game is that you have like these 7 cost cards that it says, oh, if you're at 3 or more energy, they only cost 3 kind of thing. So to have that baked into how the game design and balance works is really great. And we've got our own Amuro on the vanilla version of the Gundam, so that's helpful there. It does get the rest, and we are going to be able to do some good value trades too.
Yeah, that Zaku 2 only has the additional attack while it is swinging, so it's only doing 1 damage back, so we're able to have a lot more sustainability on our side.
Yeah, and so we ended up resting the Zaku 2 and then attacking into it and then using our second gun cannon to get rid of it. So Garrett's already getting some really good value off of all of their cards right now.
Yeah, we're committing the entire board. Now after we've answered the board, we're going to start doing damage to the base. And this is where you can kind of see snowballing happen a little bit more, because all those lives, all the shields only have 1 HP naturally, which is
Mm-hmm.
where the shields and bases interaction come up really much. Like a whole lot more, I should say.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
stumbled a little there.
Yeah, because we're used to how Rookie Rush has developed in Digimon every once in a while, right? And kind of has the same potential problem. But I also will say, like, Garrett does have like this early advantage, but if he's not careful, he's going to be out of cards. He only think he has 2 cards in hand right now,
Yeah, nothing's replacing itself that's coming down.
which again is as a Digimon player, you're super used to just any card has a baked in draw 1 half the time, right?
Yeah, like if you're digivolving, you're building your game plan in Digimon, you're just replacing a card every single time you play a card. It's very rare you go hand minus, which is why like if you guys play Digimon, Mirage is kind of a big problem if like a casual and uh competitive format even, just because you can't manipulate your hand size that efficiently.
Yeah.
It looks like we have was that the Shenlong Gundam
Yeah.
with Chang, I believe.
Yes, we do have that. So this is honestly the first time I saw them. Like, this is disgusting. How did they let this happen? And so what happened is that we do get to attack the turn we're played. We do also have Breach 3, which is able to take out one of the shields from Garrett. And because we have Wu Fei, it means that we are not taking any damage from AP 3 or less. So it is currently a 5-4, and we will need to try to get rid of that, or it will be pressing some more Breach damage on the next turn.
Yeah, breach is a keyword that's not just like emphasizing like, hey, you want to control the board, but you're also pushing for like your end game objective too. It just does so much in one spot.
Yeah. And it looks like Garrett might be trying to press some damage right now. We did get rid of the EX shield there with the 1 damage.
Yeah, and this gun tank could just convert to a second shield damage too, because 1 damage is all you need to do to remove a shield, unless there's a base in the way.
Yeah, but we're going to take the trade. I think you kind of have to. We have to respect the breach and the fact that it can, trade for free. We got another chip damage, which is a base, which is terrifying. We hit the white base out of our shield. So how this works, if you hit a shield or a base out of your shields, is that you do take an additional shield, but then you get a shield with health essentially. And the white base right now is super strong, I think, in this position. So very good burst there.
Yeah, not to mention that we're going to be able to start our turn with a 3/3 token for 2 resources because we have nothing on our side.
Correct. And
Yeah,
looks
just
like
having that being like the last check. Sorry,
no, you're good.
it's
You're
so
good.
volatile.
It's yeah. You go from like, oh, I won this to, oh, I lost this very quickly. And Garrett plays out his own base. It's the Fall Mal. It's pretty similar to White Base, where you do generate a token. Fall Mal is better short term value, but White Base, it just can go infinite towards the end of the game if you can't get it answered. So we do have our own gun cannon there to get rid of that.
Yeah,
Or sorry, gun tank.
gun
Gun
tank.
tank.
Yeah,
My
gun tank
apologies.
answers Zaku with the 1 damage because it comes in tapped.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
And looking at cards in hand, and so hopefully want to use their resources. If they wanted to make a token off the base, they a little poor sequencing on that side since we did play
we're losing value.
the gun tank. But it looks like we're going to pay 2 for a gun cannon, and then we have the Amro there. So pretty good link there. We're turning ourselves into a 4/4 unit that has repair 1. We do get to rest 2 things on the board. And now we get to decide, do we want to attack into the vanilla Gundam and then turn into, 3 damage to a 4 health unit for us, repair back to 2 health, or just get the ping on one of the gun tanks and then just repair it immediately.
Yeah, that's one of those like kind of hard decisions. Like, do you want to go for the most value you can by getting rid of a gun tank because you're just going to repair the HP right away, or do you get rid of the biggest threat right away? Because getting a pilot with it makes it a lot harder to answer because it adds so much stats to it.
Yeah. And yeah, deciding just to get rid of the gun tank. I guess the one that has 1 HP damage, which we might want to get the other one, but 1 damage. We're going to repair 1 at the end of the turn, so not a big deal. And I think we're going to pass with 1 resource open. So
1 resource open. So I guess one thing we should probably talk about at some point for Gundam is you do have something called the command window for like
yes,
actions, and that can come up with untapped resources.
yeah, and one thing that caught me off guard when I first learned about it is that there's a command window during battle, but also at the end of every turn. So if it's about to pass to your turn and you're going to reset all your resources anyways, there's some actions that you can play to be able to use your resources before that refresh happens.
Yeah, a common one I've seen people messing around with is intercept orders, which is the command that lets you tap 2 units with 2 HP or less.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're playing an aggro deck and you have 2 resources floating at the end of your opponent's turn, you're going to tap down 2 small chump blockers if you can.
Yeah, for sure. And Garrett played one of the strongest cards in the deck in my mind. The Show Resolve, card draw and resource generation, I think, is really prioritized in this little format. So we do get a draw two, and we end up getting the copy of Lynx there. So it is just a pair, but the plus two HP and AP is huge in this format. It just meant that we were able to trade with the gun cannon and still keep our Gundam around.
Yeah, you're purely running Bonker for stats, if I had to assume, because it's the only pilot that gives a generic 2-2. Hero Yui has a conditional stats you can get if you're a link unit,
Mm-hmm.
but Bonker is the only one that just gives it as block stats.
Yeah. Which, if you're playing a deck that has repair, it's really good, or any kind of healing. Like it just makes some of these bodies like really tricky to actually get off the board.
Yeah, so we are seeing at level 6, which means anything in the deck we can play now.
Yeah.
And we're going to start with a 2-2 gun, was it a gun cannon token?
Yeah. We could have. So right now the vanilla Gundam, I believe it's sitting at what 5-2. If I'm reading that right, because it does have the plus two, and it's a 4 health. Yeah. So currently it's 2 health. If it had 1 health left, you could trade with the uh thing there. If we're just trading here, a little bit of bad sequencing, because we could
Oh,
have
we
made
realized
the
we could have
trade
gone a
first and then make the
3-3.
token, but that's okay. Could have been a 3-3 instead.
Yeah, we're here for a good time. We just want to play some Gundam and a little bit more structured tournament scene. And I
Yeah.
think we're all just excited to see that. But that's a pass with 3 resources up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think, what is there a possible command you're scared of if you see 3 resources up in a blue-green deck?
There's a couple. But oh man, we have another Amuro. Yeah, so that's gonna get the rest on the token.
And it's a link unit here too,
Yeah.
so we're able to swing right away and get that repair.
And right now we're a 4. Okay, yeah, we should be one at a time, but that's fine. And then, I mean, we can trade with the token if we really want to. Yeah, but we're just
Yeah,
gonna
it
go
looks like we're
aggressive. Hit another gun tank out of there, and then go to empty hand, playing out 2 more units. This is where it gets pretty scary. If you're able to stabilize from here, Garrett's pretty much out of gas.
yeah, we see 3 life left, and we just say like, "Hey man, this finish line is so close, we're going for it."
Yeah, but another base hits the board. We got the fall mail there.
Yep, that is our best way to curve these aggro decks is just playing down their own base.
Yeah, and we
Because
did.
we saw how he had to swing two. Sorry, he had to do 2 swings to get rid of the base previously, and if we're able to answer one body at a time, we're gaining that tempo back.
Yeah, because we don't have anything that swings for 5 inherently right now. We have a couple of 3s and a 4, but not quite a 5. But the issue is that we could get there still with the amount of swings that we have, even with just this one base. And we have Shenlong, and do we have the Wu Fei? We do. So this is huge.
Yep. So we get a free trade over a unit, get breach 3 onto the base, and because we have a 2/2 token, we could get rid of the base if we want to, but we're probably going to be doing some value trades here because we want to make sure we're not in lethal range for their next turn.
Yeah, I think we have to trade into the gun tank just because. Yeah, we can 100% lose on the next turn without it. So we're going into there. Yeah. Getting rid of it. 1 damage to the token, and yeah, this is a little bit tougher for Garrett to push the damage that they want, unless they get a good top deck here.
Yeah, like it has to be shove resolve with a link in the unit if you want to do something immediately. I imagine there's probably a few dead cards. If you're drawing like your early game bodies, they're not doing a whole lot besides just being a body on board.
Yeah. But this is kind of the spot I was talking about earlier. Like the finish line is in view, right? But the fact that we don't get like a source of like a persistent attack like we do in One Piece and like Dragon Ball, there's no like leader for these decks. It's so much. It's so the last damage feels so much farther away than on in those other games.
Yeah, it's a lot more reminiscent of playing Digimon or Battle Spirits, where you have to be controlling and building these boards.
Yeah,
And the moment you lose tempo on the boards, it can spiral pretty fast if you don't have a way to answer large threats.
for sure. I think the only difference is that like you still get a little bit of a get out of jail free card with like the raising area in Digimon. But if you're at these like this top deck situation, there's no way that one card is going to be a unit and the link for it at once, right? Like there's
It's the
no
odds are
inherent
so
rush.
small.
Yeah, any of your get out of jail free cards are more than one card at a time. They're not just a single card.
Also, another thing that's like really important too in Gundam, cards don't go to your hand from your shield area
No, very
unless it's
sad.
like
Very
a
very sad.
yeah
I'm sure we're gonna get our what instead of security control, shield control, eventually in this game, right? But until then, yeah,
yeah
it's very tough.
yeah. I think your best burst effect you get is like the most neutral one is just like getting a pilot to your hand,
Mm-hmm.
which no one's going to complain. That's pretty fair. Like
Yeah.
you want to see your pilots when you're playing a deck. But bases, that's a pretty polar one, especially if it's your last life. You essentially ran a game with 7 lives.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I think first contact, along with a few of the commands, also have like a way to activate their main, basically.
Yeah. All right. So we played a single Zaku out, down to one shield for Daniel, but and also spoilers: the only colors in this beta that have blockers is white. So despite black and white proxies, there's no white cards in the deck. So that is this Zaku one is quite terrifying. And if you're not able to clear the board, that could be the game.
Yeah, because what we got? We got the 2/1 token into the Zaku 2. You can swing the Wu Fei into either the G Fighter or the gun cannon, but
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to be immune. And what's the other? It's a Char Zaku. So I think you could clear everything besides the Zaku 1.
Yeah. You would need unless you just have like a stray Amaru with a link in your hand, which could happen. Um,
Yeah,
but yeah,
very pivotal moment, though.
all right, we're gonna go Shenlong into because if you attack into the cannon, yeah, they just trade, so that feels bad. But you still get the
Yep.
breach effect.
Yep, one of the coolest parts about the breach keyword, you don't care if you live. As long as you destroy that unit in battle, you're going to be doing shield damage.
Find the aggro commentator. The cool effect, huh?
It's very
It's
board
very
centric
cool,
though.
yeah.
I like watching the guys fight on board. That's what I really enjoy seeing, and
Yeah, yeah,
breach is definitely a great way to illustrate that.
yeah. Well, we ended up going 1-for-1 trades, which I think is only good for Garrett in a situation like this. Um, and we're gonna okay. We have Showa Resolve ourselves, drawing 2 cards. We have a couple resources left. Yeah, we've got 2 for what is
It's
that?
either a
Lotto,
Lodo,
Lotto. Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
We recognize it.
Okay. We're gonna play a base and get a unit here. This is pretty strong because if we drew another unit, we're in a good spot. But yeah, just attack with the Zaku, put him down to 0 shields.
Show a base.
Yeah,
No
no base
base.
there. And then last card in our hand, likely a pilot if we're not playing it out. And yeah, if the think is this involved, right?
Yeah, like I think the weirdest thing you can get here is like you drew a base off of your base. Do you want to play the base to just
Sure.
draw and maybe find something?
Honestly, if I did, yeah, I would have because if it's a white base or fall mail, for sure, because it generates another unit, and I don't think I'm gonna lose next turn. But
Yeah, you are sitting really comfy with 3 shields right now. So it might feel weird not getting the life value like you're saying, but yeah, it gives you so much board tempo, and that's your best way to win the game.
yeah, especially like if it's white base, even just generating a 1/1 token that can go for game.
Yeah, we watched the ball in the live stream go
Yeah,
for
we did.
game. Do you think we're going to get any balls for game today?
I don't. I'd be happy. It's the meme now, right? But and I did see some people sleeve up the card, but not a lot of people are playing that card today.
Yeah, is there a card you're hoping to see today? Is probably a good question to open up. Are you hoping to see any Wing Gundams? Are you hoping to see Aerial? Are you hoping to see some cool tech cards that you might have been playing with?
I really like Unicorn Gundam, and I know he's just simple. I know he's just draw a card and recursion, but I really do. Ooh, this is huge. Hitting the gun tank to get rid of one of these units, so you're going to be able to trade into the other one.
Yeah, we're living on the prayer though.
Yeah.
We're living on a prayer.
Uh. Oh. Okay.
Thoroughly damaged. That's 2 damage pings on the Zaku 1. He said, I'm preserving as much life on my units as I can.
Yeah. I get it. And there's a low chance that something is just going to be played in rest. So we're just going to attack into the base, do 2 damage to it, and then six. Oh, no additional plays is rough. If we have like show a resolve into like unit, I mean, if we just place down 2 units right now too. Yeah, okay. We're just playing out the trooper there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't recognize that vanilla, but I imagine it's a very stat efficient
I think it's like
body.
Magnac. It's the one that you can play off Sandrock Gundam.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah. Meganock, yeah. But it's just the vanilla 2 drop stats though. All right, we got Shenlong, which is scary, but we have no rested cards to attack into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not wing, so it can't
No, it's
attack
not wing.
into
Yeah,
the standing unit.
yeah. And if it's not wing and we can't get rid of that standing unit, I think that's likely going to be it. So we're gonna attack into the shields, just do as much damage as we can. Deal the 1
Yep.
damage. Yeah,
1, 2 turns
doing.
into damage. 2 turns into a damage. And unlike Digimon, or unlike
Oh,
unlike Digimon, you don't compare stats. What do we see
man.
there?
I see there's an Amuro Ray in hand. That would have been they could have played that card, I think. Maybe it wasn't Amuro. Maybe it was just
Oh,
the
we
char.
also had no life and no blockers and no base.
No, but we could have used Amuro. No. Sorry. I think Daniel had Amuro in hand.
Oh,
Yeah, I
did
think he
he
did.
miss away to a trade?
Yeah. Right, doesn't he? Or is it Char for I think it was Char and I wouldn't be able to check. I saw some. It's a little bit trickier with the black and white ones, but some people just get kind of focused that Amuro has to be like a link for its effect. It can just be you can put it underneath a token, you can put it underneath anything, and it gets the rest on something. So
Yeah,
it
I
was
think it's
yeah
probably the strongest pilot, strongest just straight up pilot we've seen so far.
yeah the amount of interaction with it was super strong. Yeah, he had Amuro and the orders both can tap. I think it was Amuro and it wasn't orders. It was Char. I think it was Char. So, but I think definitely Char was like in the end hand at the end. But also this is like day negative like 100 for this game, and that's like what these events are for too. It's just like people are learning how the game works, and I think that's totally understandable too. So, but super close game. I think like Daniel was really close to stabilizing, and Garrett kind of like lucked out towards the end that he was able to do exactly enough damage to win that one.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really important for people to understand though, this isn't like everyone's like 20th card game. There's a lot of people getting into Gundam as their first TCG, or
Yeah,
at least first Bandai TCG, and that's a really cool area to see Bandai grow as a community and card game group.
for sure. And we're just gonna jump to table number 5. I'll have to update things as we get there, but we have Emil versus Leon, based solely off their Discord names, and we've got a little bit more of a game here. A little bit lengthier into there. Both players still have 4 shields right now.
Yeah, blue, white, and green, white are the two decks we're seeing. So if we're seeing green, white, we're probably seeing an emphasis of like Kira and Breach together.
Mm-hmm.
Cool keyword again. But basically, you're taking less damage while you're doing the trades and pushing damage to progress the game state.
Yeah.
And then if you're playing blue, white, you're doing a lot more tap down trades and value swings. Especially with Archangel, we see that on the blue, white side. So we're really trying to emphasize trade value.
Yeah, and I think honestly, I think this almost seems like a strike mirror match. Just it's the green version versus the blue version for it. But this is kind of where the issue is that like blue just has like so much more potential to get value off their cards that green and white has some power, but then like once they lose their card advantage, it can be over sometimes. All right, and unfortunately, the stream just died on us a little bit. We're playing out Strike Gundam. Looks like we're just going 3 into the base
I say it
there.
has to be live because we don't have anything to swing into. Looks
Yeah,
like getting a little camera lag there.
yeah. I think we just played like another regular Gundam and then just passed and decided not to attack into anything, which I think is fair.
Yeah, we're kind of scared of our opponent getting better trade value. They have, I'm assuming that's a 3/4 blocker. I think that's the blocker, right?
Uh,
Here, let me
I think
pull
it's
it up.
perfect. It's L strike. So we have a 4/4 blocker and then two of the 3/4 LR versions of Gundam, and on the other side we have the Darobalde, I think is what it's called, which balances a 1 health back to hand, which essentially gets rid of tokens, and then the strike dagger.
Let's see. So we're looking here, and it looks like both players are pretty much equal in hand size. So
Mm-hmm.
we're trying to be very mindful of like if we're using a resource or a card here of our hand, are we getting enough value where we are going effectively +1 like card value of doing trades? Are we doing 2 trades with this one card, or are we going to have to start pushing damage because we realize we can't outlast our opponent?
Yeah, and we just used if Amuro is the best pilot in the game, I would say Kira is like a very close second. Being able to not one just link with a lot of good units, but second, the -2 AP is really strong here. So we're swinging as a 5/3, but we're going to give the blocker the -2. So we could block this, but we would lose the trade, and the strike dagger would still have 1 HP right now.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like, if you're making that tier list of pilots, Kira is definitely number 2 right now.
Yeah.
If it's not number 2, it's barely not number 2.
Yeah, it's so good, and the effect is great too. But I think the thing that really helps it is that it just works with so many different units right now that are worthy, and we're just gonna keep the double all day active there. I think that's also a skill a lot of people are gonna develop in this game. Is that if you can see your opponent make like an unfavorable trade in the future with the cards you have on board, you just don't attack.
Yeah. If we see blockers, that's where the math gets really like difficult. Like, okay, are we doing the commitment here, or like you said, are we scared of them and getting more value? And we're seeing Amaro, and we're going to say tap down your other unit, and we will decide if we want a value trade because we do have the additional attack on Gundam because it is paired.
Yeah. Another thing too is that we do have the boost for everything, so being able to attack a 5 in the base with Strike Gundam is really good too.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, we're doing efficient swings into
Yeah,
life.
that's
I think we're trying
I
to do
kind
our
of forget that
math.
boost happens because it's so secondary compared to what you really care about for it, but it makes a difference on a lot of these situations. So yeah, that's going to trade there. We're going to be able to attack, get rid of their fall mail since we are 5, and then where are
Yep,
we going to use the rest
beautiful
of our
with those numbers.
resources?
Tapping one. Is this an overflowing affection here? Or
No. Oh, it's just the best
ooh,
base you can ask for right
Archangel.
now.
And tap another 2. We're going to restand that Ale Strike. It can't attack again, but that's fine. It's a blocker. It's fulfilling its role here.
Yeah, it is specifically against with all the defenses that White have in this game. It can be so frustrating. You're like, man, they have one base, but I can't attack it. They've got so many blockers. They can get value off of them. Once they stabilize, it feels like there's no way. And we have another Strike Gundam, another blocker hit the board, and that is rough.
Yeah, one thing that I don't think we know this, or it's probably not going to come up, but we have 2 EX resources on
Yeah,
the one player's side. You can have up to 5 of those for all it matters. If you're playing green decks, you can ramp, but I don't think we have anything that really cares about being level 12 at the moment, at least.
no, our highest level is what, Wing Gundam at level 6, I think.
Yeah, so like once you get one ramp, that's pretty much as you need in the beta format.
Yeah. We hit the Flaga, which is a dual pilot, so no. I think it's fair that those cards don't have the burst for us. Oh, that one adds to hand. Yeah, yeah, because that's Kira. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, it is a monopilot. I believe all of the monopilots say burst out of the hand. And then, like you're saying, if it's a bimodal pilot that has like two effects of being command or pilot, they don't go to hand,
Yeah,
just to kind of balance out a little bit more.
yeah, I think that's really fair. I'm happy that's how they decided to balance it. And we're gonna pass, and yeah, that Gundam has been fully repaired. We've got a chunky board, and I think the resources from Emil, our player on the left, is it just kind of shows like yeah, blue just does not run out of value the same way that green and white can.
Yeah, green may have the best top end right now, but like you said, you're not keeping your hand size if you are.
Mm-hmm.
And two cards in hand, one life left. What's our line here? Like we have two cards in hand. It has to be like a wing with a hero. I think is the only way you have a shot right now. And that yeah, I have to have like the math of like a base in life too.
Yeah, and I just don't see it happening, unfortunately. We're gonna have
Top
Kira.
one.
This will make again like a good value trade for you, but yeah, unless it
Yeah, we're
like unless
past that.
yeah, the last card has to be like a base, right?
Yeah, we're kind of past the point of like value trades being impactful now. Unless we have our own Archangel, maybe, but that's not a blocker, so we're not even restanding that unit. And I think we're just like double checking our math, double checking our lines. Is there a way that our swings can work? Is there something in our life we know we could have that can save us? And I think it's just kind of writing on the wall right now.
Yeah. There's 3 minutes left in the round two. I think most games have also finished. Yeah, we've got a couple more, and I'm gonna guess they're more of these defensive games where it is kind of evolving into a top deck war at times. I honestly don't mind that much. I think that adds like some variance, and it's fun to kind of play games where both players are on really low resources. But yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
we're gonna
we're
have
also in the beta format, so like it's
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, like you're saying though, they're getting ready to commit a swing. We're going to try doing a trade here, and it looks like we get the trade off. We lose two cards for two cards. For that, Gundam already got at least one swing worth of value in, so that Wing Gundam with the pilot got three cards of value.
Yeah. And now we just have to hope. Oh man, just flaunting that the amount of cards that we can have in our hand with the show of resolve, and yeah, well, this should be outside of a good burst out of life. Yeah, which is just the perfect strike, and yeah, L strike's gonna finish it. So Emil with blue white strike Gundam is able to take it, and yeah, just show of resolve in hand. We've got the copy of white base if we need to establish more cards. Just very strong deck at the end of the game. So
Yeah, and we're so early in tournament, and we've seen what like three like pretty unique archetypes already. I'm excited to see what we have for our other rounds.
yeah, for sure. And I can I did a when people submitted their deck list, I had like some minor pre-made archetypes. I think I had like 6 made of like, all right, which are you building around one LR specifically, or like Unicorn, or like Shenlong, like Breach aggro. I think I had one for like Academy build, which I think that's been like the most underwhelming of like maybe archetypes that exist in this game right now. But also some people just submitted 50 cards in a pile and called it a day.
Yeah, they said, man, I just want to play with my mecha bots,
Yeah,
suits, and just have a good time.
for sure, for sure. And we've got not a lot of time left. How much time? We've got what? Yeah, 50 seconds left in the round. And of that, let me see how many players or tables we have left. Unsubmitted. Yeah, we only have 4 tables not done yet, so it should be, including one of them being the one we just saw finish in front of us. So, in
Yeah,
that
so
case,
3 tables, not
yeah,
bad.
yeah, not too bad. Let me just search the word Gundam unicorn in my sheet and see if anyone. There's 2 people who admitted to playing unicorn, and then of them, let's see if either of them won. Let me see. All right, yeah, these are both unicorn decks, and then I won't say their names outright yet, but let me see.
Let's see.
One of them lost,
Good deal.
and one of them won. All right. Here I'll
I
send you
was
the
going to say,
name.
I see 4 people that have unicorn in their deck. I'm searching by the card number because your link uses the set numbers of the
That
cards.
is true. That is true. That does help.
Yeah, so depending on how much you want to see it emphasized.
All right. But let me see. I think we just hit overtime as well. All right. Someone self-reported that they got their butt handed to them. That's too bad. Yeah, that it's hard to say. Like, and you can't even like have an ego where you're like, I think I know what's actually good because it's you could be playing with like 10 of your closest friends and you're all in this bubble and you don't know about one interaction or something, and then you play against people who do know an interaction, and then it's just you're like, oh, that's really good, huh?
Yeah, we're in the yeah, like you said, like you develop like these little pocket metas. It's kind of what like locals do at the end of the day, even for like developed card games.
Yeah,
Like I could talk about I'm playing One Piece. Everyone's playing Rob Lucci, so
yeah,
BY is like the best deck locally. Or if you're playing Digimon, you're like everyone's playing Mirage. You're like, well, I can't play half my decks now.
yeah, yeah. So, but I don't think there's anything that like strictly stops you from playing cards outside of them just being good or bad.
Yeah, you're definitely like like there's probably a good chunk of people playing with like just some of their favorite Gundams. Like if you're playing a Wing Gundam deck, you're probably playing it because it's your favorite Gundam. I
Yeah.
don't think it's the best deck in beta format, but it's a fun one for sure.
Mm-hmm. 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 And something that also is like, with One Piece, it's always been like we're behind Japanese meta. Digimon is now just getting caught up to Japan, so you guys get to show off bad deck lists at the same time.
Yeah, Fusion World, we're doing that together at
Yes,
least.
yes, and that's been really fun. I'm not trying to promote another card game in our unofficial free tournament, anyways. But Fusion World's been a lot of fun in that, and I appreciate Gundam's going to be the same. It's global release. We're going to know the same card pools at the same time, and the first tournament's always going to be so nervous. It's just like, man, I'm going to go either undefeated or like not winning a single game, depending on
Yeah.
how my testing and my play testing group is like. So I think that's really fun, but also very nerve wracking too.
Oh man, I'm so hyped just to see like how the game develops. Like when we see spoilers right now for even Digimon or Gundam, we're seeing spoilers in different languages. So
Yes.
people are translating the cards as they're spoiled and like, hey, it's being spoiled in Japanese here, but it's English over here.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think we've had a little bit of Korean even,
Yeah. Yeah. There has been a little bit of that. I think it might be Chinese, but maybe Korean
or
because
Chinese.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's Chinese, Japanese, and English are the three languages that they're supporting. I don't think they're supporting Korean, but I could be wrong. But
I was going to say I might be thinking Digimon for Korean at
you might
least,
be
but
thinking Digimon, yeah. I remember this is completely different, but I know when I used to play Hearthstone, it was the same kind of thing. That game was obviously global, and so there'd be occasionally like a Chinese card that gets released, and everyone's like, "What does it say? What does it say? What does it say?" Like,
and everyone's so excited together. It's just one of the best feelings in the world.
yeah, yeah. So, but
No
yeah, we
pun
don't
intended there.
we don't have a lot of time left. I think we are just waiting on one round. I think. Let me see, or one table to report. Yeah, because we got 1 minute left of overtime too. But I do want to shout out both Risu and Leon for being our judges for this event. Would not be able to do this without them, and it's tough to be able to for an event like this when it's the first one, and there's a lot of new players who just aren't used to the format or webcam. I appreciate them being free and available and helpful for an event like this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, community is not only built on like streamers like Eggman, here also really big part of it, but like you said, judges, players,
Yeah,
and even you guys as viewers are all really big parts of helping this scene grow.
yeah, yeah. It's clearly like, listen, I know this event was free, so anyone could enter, right? There was no monetary commitment for it, but the people are really excited, and I know there's going to be like a minor drought with between like the beta hype falling off and the new sets being released and stuff. But I know a lot of people are looking forward to it, and I think it's just going to be a great card game. I'm truly excited. So
I think we might have round 2 up.
yeah, I think we do. I think we do. Yeah, I heard the beep. So I have the. Let me see the name that I had for you. Let me see. Round 2. Cool. And the player we wanted is at table 8, I believe.
Table 8, let's head over.
All right. Cool. But yeah, it looks like we're playing against, or not against, but our 2 players are Long, with which is running the Gundam like deck, the unicorn like deck, and then we have Levi with the. Let me see what Levi is playing real quick.
Looks like he's playing a Char deck.
Oh, a Char deck.
I'm reading this right. Yeah, I guess he'll even more diversity from what we saw in round 1. That's awesome. I'm excited to hear that.
Yeah, and my guess is that like there's going to be some really good like blue white control decks that are going to be make it undefeated a little bit later into this tournament, more at least more number wise. So I'm trying to not feature those in the first couple rounds, but we'll probably just kind of jump through tables from here. I do also have like the color combinations for what people brought today. Let me just finish setting up the frames for this one. There we go. All right, so we have on the left, we have Long with the more unicorn build, and then we have on the right, not Daniel, we have Levi with the more
The
like
Char
Zaku
deck.
aggressive, aggressive deck.
Yeah, the Prego Char Altar deck,
Yeah.
I think that's what everyone's kind of memed on that Altart looking like, at least.
Yeah, I have had conversations of just like, hey, do you think he looks like give me
He
your
has the
honest
belly.
opinion. Yeah, what's your honest opinion of this piece of art? It's fine. It's
That's his helmet, guys. It's his helmet.
people are talking about it. All right, that's all you could really ask for. So I think that that's how that is. But we're getting started here, and I'm curious. It's really going to be depending on like if Levi is like aggressive enough. I do think that's important for how this round is going to go, because otherwise, I think Gundam Unicorn is really good for cycling cards and finding resources, which is strong. And aggro decks can definitely run out of steam, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely depends on how we open. If we see a Char Zaku on our level 2 curve as the Char deck, we're probably in a much better spot because, like we mentioned, like you get that 3 attack, you get rid of that EX base right away, and then you can start really dealing damage to the opponent.
Yeah, and I'm looking through it. So of the people that we had today, 64, 14 people were on blue and green. We have 23 people on blue and white, and then on green and white, we actually have 27, which I wasn't expecting that to be the most popular color combination. It's personally my least favorite. I feel like blue is just too good to not run.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason you're running green white is I kind of alluded to earlier, but you're playing it because you like Wing Gundam.
Yeah,
It's a Wing Gundam deck.
yeah.
And if you play Overflowing Affection, you can use it to filter out all your ramp cards that are kind of dead late game.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels a little bit better if you're playing those two together.
Yeah, and which I mean, I guess again, if I'm playing like a blue control deck, they run out of resources. I get to the late game, I'm okay with that. I don't mind that kind of stuff. But I also will mention that we will have the top 8 deck list and all the stats on my website, Eggman Events, tomorrow morning. I know you guys are really interested in that kind of stuff, just like I am. So I will be making that available as soon as I can. All right, and looks like we're starting looking at our opening hands.
You have to bang if we're going to mulligan. And one thing I really like about this game is the mulligan system.
Mm-hmm.
I play Digimon. It's all or nothing. You shuffle up, you get your next five, and then you set up your life. This game, you put them at the bottom, draw your next five, and then you shuffle up, place your shields. So it's a little bit more reminiscent of like Union Arena mulligans, right?
Yeah. Yeah, which I like Union Arena as well. Yeah, specifically for Digimon, right? You see your one of in your opening hand, but the rest is bad, and you're like, well, do I top deck a rookie or do I just never see my tech option for this specific matchup? Right? It
Hmm.
can be really brutal.
Yeah, and that's just like a big like game difference here. And I think Bandai's done an amazing job just like figuring out the formula for a good game for like what we have here for Gundam. Like you see so many cool aspects, like the level resource aspect, the player turn interaction aspect, the way you play and fight for a board with the residual damage that carries over turn to turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just keep going. I can keep going on. I just think there's a lot of good things going for the game.
Yeah, I would say that since One Piece was kind of similar to like Digimon and Masters. Fusion obviously was really close to Masters. I think it's like since like maybe Battle Spirits, like this is one of the more unique systems that they've made, but it's clearly still made by the same company, which I think is a good balance.
Yep, exactly. Both players have their shields set up. We have who's going first, who's going second, and we start off draw for first turn and a pass. Nothing that's going to be too atypical from what we see in the beta set, because what I think each color got one card that's like a level one cost.
Yeah, but they're generally not worth it. So I will say going second in this game feels almost clearly better in like most situations. Have you found the same thing, or are there some like different builds that you prefer going first with?
No, I think it's pretty universal. Going second is better in this game for at least the time being. Like, I think your best one drop unit, if you care about playing it on turn one, is probably like a 1/2 Zaku if you run like Pilot Second buff its attack.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, it's like you're playing a Zaku one to hope to pair it with like anything to buff it up right away, and you just don't have that support right now.
Yeah.
I will say Demi Trainer is late game value though. One cost blocker, pretty decent, but you have other cards that can be a blocker too. That you just have so many more resources you might as well use for.
Yeah, but I can say that there's a lot of games that have been either won or lost depending on if I have a demi trainer. That card can be very strong, and we have Levi just swarming the board with these 3/2s. This is pretty scary for Long, who hasn't hit have anything hit the board yet. They did lose their EX base, and there could be he could lose half his shields next turn very quickly.
Yeah, we almost have to do the hand check at the end of turn if we have 10 or more cards in hand, go
Yeah,
down to 10 if it's that bad. We see one tap, that's going to be a gun tank, so that's a one damage ping on the unit there.
and then hopefully either thoroughly damaged or another one to go out with it. Oh, just a pass. That is unfortunate. Now we just have to hope there's a base in the first couple shields, or we are taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, not to mention we got the Rezel, which is 4 attack, the Zaku 2, which is 3 attack, and I think that's this like smallest attack damage we have. It's Alt Art Boniger proxy there, I
Oh,
believe.
nice.
Maybe a proxy, but can still
Are
complement
you are
how
you sure it's
beautiful
a
that
proxy?
art is.
I missed it. Is
Was
it?
it? Was it?
It might be
I thought I
real.
saw a sample. I
Okay,
thought I saw sample
yeah.
text.
We'll have to run it back. Oh, we do have. Okay, this is actually pretty impactful. We have the command here.
Intercept orders. We're going to rest 2 units. Is it with 2 HP or less, or 3 HP or
I
less? I'm pretty sure
believe
it's
it's
2.
3. Let me bring up the card. Command order says with 3 HP or less, so that we'll get the 2 there.
Okay. Good value there. Good value.
Yeah.
We're able to have a little bit more survivability.
Let's see. And they might be calling a judge about something. It might just be with how the timing works. Because it's not like when the attack happens. Because I believe it has to be like you declare an attack and then you do the intercept orders.
Yeah, it's the attack step, the block step, and then followed by the command step, where you would use it for the non-active turn player, followed by the turn player, and you go back and forth until you both don't use it.
Yeah. So I think he tried to do it on the second attack, which would only get rid of one of them because we did do the shield check already, right?
Yeah, because it's where the moniker came from.
Yeah. So I think we can. Yeah, we should have done it on the first attack. Um, but if we just didn't understand the timing for it, that could just be an issue. Which is
Yeah,
is it again? It's a new game. Like we're on day negative 100 right now. These kind of things are just things that we have to learn. Yeah. Yeah, I think
yeah,
that was
because
the issue.
it's not instant speed type of thing. It's
Yeah.
something that has a very set window for when you can use it.
Yeah, and if you play like Dragon Ball Fusion World or Masters, it's the same as like the combo step. So that's why I identify with the timing for it pretty good. But if you're used to like One Piece timing or our Digimon, that could be it could be tricky,
A
especially if
little
you
less atypical.
yeah
Yeah.
yeah, especially if you think it's something you get to activate before the attack, so you can rest the current attacker. Yeah, and we get the Ale Strike, which ends up hitting the trash as well. So unfortunate for that. We took an extra damage than we needed to, and when we were playing against an aggressive deck, and Shenlong just hits the board, and we see the ball.
See the ball?
Ball
Chat, are we
is
going to get ball per game? We got a little bit of way to work, but there's a chance we can see the ball for game.
yeah. He heard us last round. He's like, all right, put me on, make it happen.
I got you, coach. I got you, coach.
Yeah. And yeah, Long's going to have to really try to establish some defenses here. It's going to be at level 5 with an EX resource. We are able to use the gun tank to trade into the corpse unit there, but still 4 attacks when you have 4 shields is scary. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is I
It's
kind of mentioned at the beginning, like, man, these blue green aggro decks can be very formidable if they see all their units like this, and we'll have to see. Looks like we do have the Perfect Strike Gundam, so that will be able to bounce a 1 health back to hand. So we do get to keep our gun tank for potential trading later.
so we're probably bouncing that ball to hand because it's a 1 HP unit we can't deal with right now. We can deal with the other unit and trade into it.
Sure. Yeah, that might be better. I'm so used
Yeah,
to
that
it only being rested cards for damage, but yeah, this it can bounce any 1 drop. So yeah, I think you still trade into the 2 drop with the tank, and then you still have a pretty good blocker, which can force some additional trades since it is a 4/4.
yeah, but I think that's just going back to like one of the points we kind of talked about. Is like if you're going first, like you can play these level 1 drop guys, but they're answered so easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I do like it. I do like the fact that we have a lot of ways to deal 1 damage or interact with cards with 1 health.
Hmm.
Because like on the like first wave of like 25 cards, I'm like, man, a 3/1 token does a lot of work, and now it's just okay. So we end up using our EX resource to play a strike dagger, just to have another body on the board to help us trade into things, and then I think we're gonna pass from there.
Yep. So we have was it Gundam? I can't tell what the glare unit is. I know we got a Rezel and a Zaku too, though.
Yeah, and then that's Shenlong, which is
Shenlong. Okay.
pretty
The
terrifying
Ching's
when
Ching's unit.
yeah. But there's no Wu Fei underneath it. You just know that any attack from the Shenlong is going to go through.
Yeah, because you're either breaching or you're destroying the unit, which that's a win-win if you're playing aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, players definitely taking just a moment here because we have so many turns until our opponent either fully answers the board or you run out of steam. So we want to make sure every swing is going for maximum value. It looks like we're going Rezel 4-3 into life first. We have a 4 HP blocker, so it's a little awkward. You're probably letting it through. We see gun cannon there, and Was that is that an alt art or is that printed proxy? I still can't tell.
I think these cards are real. Unless like their print quality is amazing. I
Yeah.
think they might be
Regardless,
real.
props to the art. Props to the art, regardless, because they went all out on these alt arts in this game.
Yeah, they did. But I could be
Is there
wrong.
one that calls to you the most right now? Just saying, like, it's your favorite art.
I wanted honestly like just the generic RX-78 art. I think it was really well done. I ended up getting 3 boxes with no all arts in any of them, so I would have been okay with anything by the time I was open my third box. But yeah, I think they've really done a really good job on all the arts.
Yeah, because like every single one, like there's so much demand for them. The ball's coming right back down,
Yeah, he's back. He's
and
coming for
then
you.
Gelgoog. I'm thinking of the song, what's it called? Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba. It's like I get knocked down, get up again. The
Yeah,
ball's just coming right back again.
yeah. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure, but we are stabilizing a little bit, right? We are going to be able to do some good trades. Strike Dagger is going to be able to attack into Shenlong, which is nice. I think the best thing we could ask for if we have like an Archangel right now, that would help us a lot.
Yeah,
I also
Archangel, Ale Strike, Kira, like a lot of things.
also we might be at 6 resources right now because I feel like um we were at 5 last turn. Oh, okay. Oh, this is
We
good.
burned our EX the previous turn, yeah.
Yeah.
Bounce the Zaku 2 token probably to burn it off the field unless you just want to get rid of the ball because you can't interact with it. Both are valid.
Yeah. Ball has too much aura. You can't bounce it twice.
Yeah. He says, you know what, man, if I'm going out, I want to get rid of this token. I want Ball to do it. I
Yeah.
want Ball to do the final blow.
Yeah, and then we get some mildly okay trades. Strike Dagger going into the Rizal, or sorry, into the Shenlong. And
Yeah, you
then,
want to get rid of the breach unit first.
yeah, for sure. That is trouble.
And now we're staring down 4 units still. We have 2 life, 2 blockers. Like a trade here is the same thing as leaving a blocker up. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, it might be a little better, especially if you're expecting Char to come through. Because Char gives you a high maneuver on your link units, which makes it unblockable.
Yeah, which you are able to link with the Gelgoog there.
Gelgoog.
Gelgoog,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or anything else that could be coming down from our hand too. Like we can see the Char Zaku 2 coming down, and that can just be a game on its own there, pending no base in life, that is.
Yeah,
I think it's
yep,
the
yep.
only way your math gets messed up. I'm just trying to think like of all the angles that ball can go for game here.
You gotta, yeah. Always keep your eye on the ball, right? That's the.
Yeah, if we see Amuro come down, I think there's a chance ball can go for game. If
You're
we
right.
see
You're right. Amuru ball. Legendary combination.
it's also an Earth Federation tag. So if you're playing, was it? Oh, are we? Oh no, we gotta go for game with ball, man. I guess it's probably a good swing to force the awkward block here.
Yeah.
Uh, thoroughly damaged. It's the bimodal pilot, like we're talking about. It doesn't go to hand, so it just gets trashed. Now, how do you feel about the life mechanics in this game? Do you wish it was a little bit more like One Piece, where like the cards go to your hand, or are you pretty happy with how it tempos out with the game?
Um, the game being balanced around it makes it okay. I think the only difference is that, like One Piece, you get to use your resources by, attaching them to your units to make them more powerful. It just kind of feels weird when if you like you don't have any inherent way to use your resources outside of like legitimately paying for cost. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Which I think works for Dragon Ball like a little bit better. But for this game, it's just like, well, I have 7 resources and I have a card in hand, so I guess I play that one card, right? Um,
yep, makes sense.
and like conversely, like Union Arena, you can burn an action point at the beginning of your turn to get an extra draw one, which is good. And yeah, it does feel like in this beta format, there's nothing to do, but I think that if you can build around having more stuff hit out of your shields or just a better curve, like a card that's higher than level 6, there could be some good stuff with it. So there's the unicorn. So we did get the right deck. And it looks like we're gonna pay 4 for a wing.
A wing. Are we getting a hero Yui
Oh,
link here? So
why didn't
we
we start with
force him
this?
to, because we're forcing a block now. He either forces the block or loses game, and then he just goes for game with Zakutu. So what I'm picking up is he could have gone for game with ball. Oh, he had
Oh
intercept
yeah,
orders.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
he was
yeah.
playing around that.
I see. Well, you could block. You don't breach damage doesn't do you the last
Lethal,
damage.
no, but he has to block still,
Yeah, you
which is
can
weird.
block and then you can use like intercept orders for the other things, but yeah, it looks like they're
Even
just scooping up anyways.
even if the intercept stops the lethal, he's just going to say like this hand's not able to come back. I don't have units and pilots.
Yeah, and also I will say like having like one less like the fact that we took like an extra damage from that mistiming obviously came up. If we had like one more HP right there, it would have been better, but it's just kind of how it ends there. All right. Well, that's going to be end of this one. Levi ends up taking it with their green. I think they called it what? Zaku aggro, breach aggro, with just like a wing Gundam top end. But yeah, good showing for them there. All right. Well, let's see if they're um, breaches one, live at one life. Yeah. Yeah, because they just didn't have they should have started with the wing, right? Because it would have forced the block, but you can, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just thinking like it can attack into it, right? Because what's the
It
condition
should be able
for?
to, right? Because it's four less, level four less,
No, it was a
or
level
that's a
5. It
level
was level 5. Yeah,
five.
okay. I always think it's either 4 HP or level 5 or level 4. So I got that mixed up. Yeah, that makes more sense because we can't just attack into it. So like we can force the block and then they can like intercept orders, but then you just lose on the next turn. I think was what they're saying. So, well, let's jump around. Let's see what the other tables are looking like right now. I'll just go down the line. Table 2 looks like they just finished up. Table 3 looks like it just finished up. Let's check out Ben at table. It looks like this game's just about to end, but we'll just watch it out. We've got Ben on the left there, and then we have his opponent, which is named Dylan. Oh, Ben's got to have those shiny resources. There's no way he doesn't.
Yeah, we watched the double Amaro for game on the token.
Yeah, yeah.
Beautiful,
You're
beautiful
right.
math there.
Yeah, all right. Ben's going 2-0 so far. Very strong. Back to us. All right, table 5. Let me see. Maybe we'll go to Ben next game as our next one.
Our starting match, I think that sounds fun.
Yeah, I think table 5 they're doing a second game because they're only at like 4 resources, which makes sense when you have the extra time. Table 7, because table 6 we had Garrett, who we saw. Table 7 just ended. Table 9. Yeah, table. Let's go to table 9.
Table 9, we can do that.
Looks like another Strike Gundam mirror, which I expect those games to go longer, anyways.
Yeah, we'll go those for game number 2 in each round, right?
Yeah. Strike Gundam will see time on the screen every time. All right. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Like when we have the wall set up and we also have the Archangel, like it feels so bad. Like how are you supposed to get around this efficiently when your opponent's dictating what the trades actually look like? All right. And we have Ryan, who is on. Let's see. Ryan, who is on the top there. And then he is playing against Ethan.
Yep. So we see both players have that Archangel set up, and
Mm-hmm.
I think our goal here is to get Kira to start forcing value trades with our biggest unit.
Mm-hmm.
It's either going to be an awkward like block, or we're going to be surviving and then restanding and just getting ideally the Archangel out of the way or one of the big blockers out of the way.
Yeah. And I think both players are playing. Yeah, they're playing blue and white as well, which again just lets you generate so much resources. We see the show of resolve, and we have also the Gundam other 4-drop there that lets you draw when you are able to pair. And yeah, we're
Yep,
just
and
going
we
wide on this board with a 3-drop Gundam and another Demi Trainer.
Yeah, we're just doing a check on the hand. Yeah, I've seen like two main approaches for going with like these blue white builds. You either have the builds focused around Archangels like your primary base where you're building these giant walls up
Mm-hmm.
where you're able to get a giant swing in, or you're emphasizing a build where you're protecting blue base and you're generating a token every single turn, or the
The
white
white
base
base,
that's
yeah, yeah,
blue.
yes, which is I can almost guarantee there's some designer who's like, we sure we want to make this white base a blue card, like like they're that is okay, that's fine. Just making sure we all know. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's fun. It's fun. It's fun.
yeah, bounce that demi trainer to hand. It's kind of like I know I've already said it once, but like these one drops, they're answered so easily by so many cards where it's
Mm-hmm.
like it feels good to play them on curve, but then you realize the value they provide is only really good if you have like to dump your hand late game.
Yeah.
It's how I personally see it. Like the blocker does matter a lot late game. Not going to deny that at all.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I can like so our L strike is already damaged, right? So I can see like why there's a bit of hesitation about swinging with it in the first place. And I think what do we? I think we use the minus on the demi trainer because we know we can trade with anything. So we don't want the demi trainer to be able to trade with us.
Yeah, that makes sense. We want to get the biggest guy trade value wise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Demi Trainer did its job there, saying, "Hey, you can't get a free trade here. You're going to have to commit your attack reduction on me instead of one of the bigger units." But I think we did have enough damage where we probably would be traded anyways.
Yeah, but just make it the more expensive trade is the right call. All right, we got the perfect strike Gundam doing 4 damage there, which is equally frustrating because it's going to be hard to get rid of that. We do have enough resources to just restand it for a blocker again next turn.
Yep, and we're seeing resources tapped. What are we seeing here? The
Ooh,
Kira pilot. Ooh, we're going to force a more ideal swing, a more ideal trade.
yeah. And so this is
Uh,
currently
so
a 5/5? Yeah,
5/5.
yeah. Likely using the perfect strike. Yeah, okay. I could have seen it also using it on the perfect strike if you knew that they're gonna block with the 1/1, just so this doesn't have any damage. Because I don't think you're forcing a trade if they block with the L strike or with the perfect strike rather.
Yeah, I think we were really expecting the block instead of the 4 damage on the Archangel,
Mm-hmm.
because I think we would have played Kira first if we knew it was going to be connecting or expecting it to connect.
Yeah. All right, we have another one of our
Gundam.
Gundams,
Gundam MA. Yep.
which I do like this
Ar-
card. It's kind of like it's a weaker but more flexible version of like Unicorn, which I think is strong.
Yep, and we're going to enter turn 5 cards in hand. No resources up, so don't expect any command timing cards here.
No, which for this beta format I almost never do, but I know like set one there's going to be some impactful ones, and it's going to be quite the adjustment for that.
Gundam MA with Amuro. We're going to get the draw because we pair with a white
Yeah.
base. I believe is what it checks for, or is it Federation it checks for?
It just looks for yeah the white base, so it can only link with Amuro, but you get the pair effect with anything from the white base, which I don't think it would have been bad to just make it link with any of those cards anyways, but maybe that was too strong. All
Yep.
right.
Oh, we're giving a high maneuver to one of our was it white base units?
Yep. So it
I
can
I
also
keep
be
having to check myself because they're blue
yeah, yeah,
cards.
yeah. Again, there was a conscious decision. Like, all right, sure. You know, we white is a color in this game. It's Digimon kind of has it. One Piece doesn't have it, but we have it. But yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think we might see white instead of a yellow in this game
Mm-hmm.
because it's kind of doing the role that yellow does, right? In like most other Bandai games, where you're kind of like controlling the board, you're controlling stat manipulation.
Yeah, they are likely the first color to get a gain a shield effect. That's for sure.
Yep, and that would be crazy to see coming through for this game because these games are already like so close in some matchups, especially these grindier ones. And if you
Mm-hmm.
can reward these big wall decks to being a wall, be even more insane.
Let's see. Yeah, no burst from there. Attacking with our shields, or with our strike Gundams into their shields and their units, so get the trade there. And for one plant, yeah, Demi Trainer just keep getting bounced back and forth. And
This is why we get one resource a turn, so we can always play the demi trainer
yeah,
on our
you're
next
right.
turn, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just curve plus Demi Trainer.
And it looks like we just hit level 10.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing, because we're gonna get like level 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. Just how crazy their effects are gonna be. You gotta think that they're gonna make some pretty wild effects for successfully getting like to level 10.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see green be the main one that gets the high level stuff just because it has the ramp stuff naturally in its package right now.
Yeah,
And we're going to play Archangel down. We're going to say, you know what? Maybe we can't break your board, but we're at least going to be pushing as much damage as we can. And we also get to draw our life, the
yeah,
other cool part about bases. Because naturally, you don't draw your life, but bases give you a way to do that.
yeah. It just really it's one of the few ways of like universal card draw in this game. And um, but my only issue with base is that whenever I play one, I always get a burst trigger as the shield card. Like, it's without fail. It is brutal. Why does that bounce the hand? Oh,
This
okay, because
should.
they have.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah,
he might have been saying, hey, I'm going to be pairing this, bouncing that to your hand.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I will say that
Yeah.
bouncing the hand does feel worse in this game than like something like One Piece, but not as bad as it does feel like Fusion World, because with everything having rush in that game.
Yeah, you're getting swung at immediately. I think the other thing that feels bad is like if you bounce a unit with a pilot, they get both of the cards back.
Yeah,
Pilot follows the mecha suit or the Gundam.
yeah. Now the only thing that balances is that you can't replace pilots, which I think makes sense. But there's so many times when I'm like, man, can you get out of the cockpit and let me sub you in for this Amuro instead? It make me it'd be a lot better. All right. Well, we're again stabilizing. I can see, like, if this has been the tempo of how this match has gone, like why we are 6 minutes left in time. Just a lot of like chipping away and trying to get our plus ones and such.
Yeah, you get like one really good turn where you're punching 2 to 3 damage in, but then you're walling up to stop it from happening to you. But then your opponent finds a way to break through and they do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of back and forth.
And I think it's we're gonna play another Kira. Man, I wish I saw 2+ Kiras every game. Sometimes I'm like, man, can I just
It's
see one? That would.
the games where you see your pilots and not see your pilots just feel so polar different.
Yeah. If I was, and maybe we'll get them in the full set too. I think the only thing we're missing is some way to help find pilots more consistently. Like even if it's just like a unit that looks top five for a pilot.
Yeah, something like a Nami in One Piece or
Yeah.
a memory boost in Digimon. They introduce consistency in every game at some point, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. But
definitely
that's
feels lacking right now.
yeah. There's definitely a lot of times where I'm like, man, if I have 7 cards in hand, and if one of them was just my first copy of Amuro that I've seen all game, I'd be in a good spot. But without that, it's a little tricky, and we're passing back. We see the pendulum go to the other side now. The board state can just be so dynamic in this game.
Yeah, our 10th resource became that Demi Trainer, like we said.
Yeah, as
It's
mentioned. Yeah.
player curve plus Demi Trainer.
Yeah. But I think the coolest thing too is that you can see there are some games where like you have like these early turn units that are only good in the early game, and then by the end game you're like, why am I seeing you on turn 10? You're useless to me now. But there's just so many different cards that like bases, like when you have the resources to use their effects more consistently, they feel better. Bouncing Demi Trainer back, likely. Yeah,
You know it.
yeah, you know. Yeah, and but being able to have these cards be good in the late game, I think, is also just good design. So like you feel like you have things to do when you have cards.
Yeah, because like if you think of it from the aspect of I spent one resource and he had to spend three resources on this play, I
Mm-hmm.
won the resource trade technically, and I still have the card advantage because I haven't lost the card yet, but he does have the board slash tempo advantage.
Yep. And they end up playing what 2 more strike Gundams, so 2 more blockers. We're attacking
Yep,
the
got
G
the
fighter somewhere.
yeah, and I think this might just be like, hey, are you going to be blocking me here? Because if you block me here, it does matter a lot more. Gives you the most value on the block, but I can get the most damage in if you don't block. And we were going for the trade. The one card for the card with the pilot, so technically is a +1 trade.
We're swinging with the Gundam here, just a 3/4 into a board of a 4/2, a 4/3, and then a. I guess we could block this and still survive. I think, right? We only 1 damage on the strike Gundam.
Yeah, I think we might be respecting a gun tank in hand though. If we know there hasn't been a gun tank played, there's a good chance he could have it here.
Yeah,
But we're going to go ahead and take the block, which I don't blame him. It's good value to make sure the one unit doesn't come through.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And just clarifying, I think damage on there.
Yeah, because it got the pilot underneath has one extra HP. So maybe that wasn't something we were factoring in, the HP we get from our Kira pilot.
Yeah, it just might not, or maybe, or yeah, the opponent either. But yeah, okay, just playing, man, 3 blockers like this, brutal.
And we get a bounce both to hand here.
Yeah, but that's not. You're not really upset about that, right? You just are.
No.
They just healed your strike Gundam.
Yeah. I mean, it did give it kind of makes you do something with your resources, but you, like you said, you don't mind spending the resources on playing that again with the pilot to attack immediately if we want. Is they have 3 blockers, 3 life, a 4 attack damage unit means so much right now because it either destroys the blocker or gets a life.
Yeah,
And that's
and
where I believe the Dara Blade is going to get a lot of value.
yeah, because this is 4 with a field full of 4 health, another 4. It's tempting to get these resources too, but we're just gonna trade, which is fair.
And I think something that we're going to start like seeing people figure out in Gundam at least is like when you're playing One Piece and you get down, or especially Fusion World, if you're getting down to like the 2 life range, it feels so much scarier. And that's one thing we're just respecting a lot more here is like, okay, we can play around like a link unit we know they have in hand,
Mm-hmm.
but at what point do you start like sacrificing your units to protect your life?
Yeah, and we're gonna go. This is going to be a 6 damage. They're not going to block it since it loses some AP. We're gonna be able to restand this Gundam too, which is great. Yeah, for 2. And if we have something we can play for I mean, we know we have Demi Trainer, right?
I
Guaranteed.
was just
So
going to say, you better remember we at least have Demi Trainer, and we do have the other blocker that costs 3 though.
yeah, which I think we've just been bouncing
Perfect
these
strike.
back and forth. So yeah, that's everything, and we're passing it back to Ethan. We're just about to hit time as well, which both players at 1 shield, but we do have the Archangel on the other side. But if I was to say, it definitely seems like Ryan has the advantage. But if we have another pilot of Kira to pair here, that could change how this works. All right, we're paying another 4 for maybe another Ale Strike. And this is turn 0 in time. Yep, okay. He's got a blocker up.
Got 2. Oh, we don't have a pilot to go with it. We're dumping our hand. We're trying to make sure we have a way to close game next turn is what it looks like to me.
Yep, and we don't want to attack with the perfect strike because we can just do a value trade with Ale. And yeah, we're just going to we can you know what, we can give it high maneuver. Yeah, so we can force a good trade with the perfect
Can
strike.
we? I'm pretty sure G Fighter is restricted to only doing it to an archetype.
Maybe you're right.
White base. It has to be white base.
That is from what I've been seeing today. The card that I was not on, that a lot of other people are on. Yeah, white base team. You are correct. Yeah. So can't give it to the Federation.
It can't give it to the white cards because the white
from
cards aren't
Federation.
white base.
Yeah.
This is only going to come up a few times.
Yeah, I'm sure. Just a minor. It's like those. You remember those posters in like elementary school where it would be like, he's like, oh, say all the colors, and so there'd be like blue, green, yellow, but they'd be in different colors than what the color like letter is. Do you know? Am I crazy? Is this an Eggman only memory?
Maybe not in school, but I've definitely seen like troll posts on like the internet saying like, okay, just go ahead and read the color you see.
Yeah.
Or say the color you see, and they're like, which one do I say?
Yeah. All right. Show resolve. Good start. Always draw 2.
Yeah, so if we're trying to go for game this turn, we have to get through 3 blockers and 1 life.
Yeah. Any copies of Amuro would be helpful. We're going to play out the Strike Gundam that lets us draw 1 and trash 1 from hand. Going to get rid of a gun tank.
Gun tank makes sense. He's not doing as much late game unless you're guaranteed a value trade, but you're just trying to go for game because we're in turns.
Yeah, and I think it's the right thing to swing with the Ale Strike last. So we can go 4 with perfect. If we end up having like Amuro in hand, that's super strong. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, there's no resources up for command, so whatever happens here is what you can make of it.
Yeah, force the block there. Restand for 2. We attack
resources
4.
Up. We know.
Yeah.
We know a Demi Trainer is going to come down, right?
Yeah.
There's Demi Trainer.
Oh, 2 Demi Trainers?
Yeah. Are we going for the trifecta? 3rd Demi Trainer? No, we're going to leave 1 up. Okay.
All right. Maybe I was wrong. We didn't just play that perfect strike Gundam, right? Because that could force a trade by attacking with it, like blocker to blocker.
I think it's been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. It probably should have just traded because there's no reason not to. But now he has his own Amaru. We're going to tap down. The Gundam can attack right away.
We might. Oh no. With the Demi Trainers, yeah, it doesn't matter. Demi Trainers are going to get us there.
Yeah, it's like you can tap down any of the blockers of your choice.
If we remembered to. Oh yeah, I guess we did because we chose the thing. But yeah, then we just block out the 3 attacks that exist here. Yeah, this should be game with no cards in hand. Yeah. Ryan takes it.
Fist bump.
But really, honestly, close game. Yeah. Yeah. There's the devil horns, right? The the rock on. Yeah. That's how that one ends. But yeah, pretty grindy game. Definitely could have gone either way, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say they're playing it really well, playing the demi trainers to the best of their heart's content there.
Yeah. And there's just so much value, and just shows like Archangel, and not as much. We didn't see as much white base, but those cards can just generate a lot of value in these late game scenarios. And sometimes it's also whoever draws more copies of Show of Resolve. I'll be honest.
Oh
That
yeah, that card's so crazy,
yeah, yeah, and
especially if you're top deck scenario like you're saying.
yeah, it's super duper good. So we're gonna go into round three real quick. Before we do, I do want to mention that we do have a tournament tomorrow. We got Eagle X's event that's gonna be hosted on his Discord. It's gonna be linked in the description on the YouTube side, and in the chat you can just use the tourney command if you guys want to check that out. What do you got for prizing for the event here?
Pricing, we're at least guaranteeing Hero Yui resources for first place. I think we've already hit the requirement to get 2 of them for first and second place, and there's a little bit of cash prizing to give out too.
Yeah.
But we've ran events for Digimon for quite a while, and we're excited to get into the Gundam scene.
Yeah, and I highly respect what you guys do for Digimon as well, and I would not be promoting the event if I would not be joining. I am busy tomorrow, but I promise if I wasn't, I'd be joining it. So there is
Yeah.
that. So if you guys want some more Gundam gameplay to watch, you're streaming it on your channel tomorrow too, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, working with Risu on that for tomorrow.
Gotcha, gotcha. Who is also one of our judges today too. So make sure to check that out. And then also, I know a lot of people were itching to play tonight, and we just capped out for it. So no excuse to not check out this event if you were trying to get a Gundam event this weekend. Unless I guess you're busy on a Wednesday night, whatever. Who's got a social life outside of card games? Definitely not me. So but that is where we're at for round number 2. We're going to go to round number 3 in a moment. We're going to take a tiny break though, so we will be right back. We'll see who we got left. I think I wanted to see Ben's deck from the last round, so we're going to do that. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys then. All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round number 3. We've got Ben on the left with a blue and green deck versus Nate on the right with a green and white. I'm going to say strike. It's kind of like a strike and Wing Gundam hybrid. All these archetypes are very open to imagination on what you actually classify them right now. So I made the executive decision to say it's a little bit more strike Gundam than Wing Gundam. So
Yeah, nonetheless, very strong top end we can see in this deck.
Yeah.
And just really depends on, I guess, the pilots we see more in this matchup because both these units rely on their pilots to get such powerful like bonus effects or stat lines.
Yeah. I super agree, and it really depends if if Ben's going to be aggressive enough to be able to close out the game before the blockers come down for Nate. It's a big it's a big race on who can either establish their stuff first, I guess. All right, it looks like we've got we're just starting the round now. I'll start the timer. And any thoughts on what you think this matchup's going to look like? Who do you think's going to who do you think is going to win? I guess what's your gut saying?
So I'm taking a look at these deck lists here, and I can see a world where the cards that like I don't see chars in the blue green decks. I'm like, if I see enough blockers, it might be rough for the aggro deck to make it through. That's kind of what I'm calling Ben's deck. Is it looks a little bit more aggro to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, uh, if he tops, you'll see the deck list. Without it, I'll hold back. But yeah, he's got a build that I haven't really seen before, and he's currently 2-0, so it works. It works at least twice, right? So I'll be
That
curious
is
to
true.
see if
That is true.
how far he's able to take this one. All right, but we are getting set up, and we got the fist bump and the EX resource. There it is. So yeah, looks like Ben's gonna go first. Yeah, pass, not too surprising. And we're going to pass back. Yeah, with the EX. There it is. I'm used to like the energy more. I'm actually surprised more people remember the EX base more than the EX marker. I forget the base all the time when I set up.
Yeah. I think it's just like the same thing. It's like if you remember to put your life down, you'll probably remember to put the base down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, starting with the overflowing. One of the best parts about starting on a level 2 is just the fact that you can cycle immediately.
Yeah, just having like a little like mini um like mulligan is really nice because most decks aren't really doing anything, especially like going second with the resource. Yeah, great start.
I think we were debating playing a base there, but it looks like we're deciding not to do that.
I don't think we're the right level for it yet. I think we have to be
Oh,
low
that's
for whatever. Yeah, for most bases. Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Ben's has a little bit of a slow start. I think he mulligan too, so not seeing any like ones or two drops when you're in a more aggressive deck is a little bit unfortunate. And it's definitely something that Nate can take advantage of his opponent having a slow start.
yep, Demi Trainer, everyone's favorite level 1 drop, right?
Yeah, outside of ball.
They're both pretty good. They're both pretty good for different reasons.
Yeah.
Ball's obviously the better late game closer,
Oh,
right?
of course. Yeah.
So level 3, what are we aiming to do here? Probably. I'm trying to think. There's nothing that I want to scream immediately says like you play on level 3, and is that a Rick Dom? It looks like so. Breach 3 on that unit, if I remember correctly.
I think it's Breach 2, which is unfortunate when these are 3 health EX resources, but it does mean like you can do some fun things where if Gun Tank does a damage and then Rick Dom can force the damage, or the breach will get through the Demi Trainer. So either or is pretty good. But okay, Rick Dom on both sides, going
Yeah,
crazy with
I
breach over
guess.
here.
I guess the best part with Rick Dom is like it's a 3 attack unit, so you will clear it EX space, or if he blocks, then you swing Gun Tank to get rid of the EX space. So you get rid of it either way.
Mm-hmm.
I guess is how I see it.
Yeah, it's just like what is more valuable to make Gun Tank like 1 HP, or the just if you need the Demi Trainer out for later.
Yeah, but after having pretty awkward turns where you're not using all your resources, I think it's definitely showing like this hand's a little awkward
Mm-hmm.
because we're either full with we. I think we have at least one base from what we tried doing on our 2 resource turn.
Yeah. And it doesn't always feel great to use a base when you have an EX base out, but sometimes it's like your only play, and you want to upgrade that, but it's tough. All right. Okay, we do have the gun cannon, and then if we have either the Amuro, yeah, we do. That's such a good start. So that's going to be able to rest both things. And then you can do some really good trades here. You might want to trade the Rick Doms into each other. Also, we're a 4/4, so we can attack into Rick Dom, and then we repair one. Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, attack into Rick Dom.
Yeah, then we can swing Breach over the Demi Trainer and then swing the gun tank.
Yeah.
Unless we're trying to force the damage, then we could just straight up put the 3 into life and then gun tank after. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do the Breach, do 2 damage, and then gun tank finishes off that EX base. And then
Yeah.
repair one and gun cannon. Gun cannon. There we go. Yeah, Amuro gun cannon able to clear the entire board that our opponent was presenting to us of like mid-range value and a small blocker. And I don't think we want to play the perfect strike, but if we have one, but overflowing affection, we're going to dig a little deeper, see if we can find just that perfect blocker, that perfect cost-efficient line. We gotta make sure we pitch a card still for the
Here.
overflowing.
Strike Gundam?
Hey, sorry, real quick.
Throwing
Would you
trash one?
excuse me?
Oh,
What's that?
All right.
Eggman, Judge Eggman on the fly there.
Don't give me that title. I can't support that. I don't want to be responsible for mid rulings, but
That's fair. That's fair.
But we also have the Strike Gundam, so we're cycling. We're clearly looking for something that we currently don't have, and then also just ending on the Archangel, which without any blockers or anything to do. I mean, it is going to stop attacks a little bit, but yeah, just a setup turn. And something that also, like, one card makes quite a difference in this game. I think Digimon less so. I think One Piece depending sometimes, but this game, you generally try to use every card you try to get.
Yeah, I think Fusion World's also on that level of like very impactful for every single card you have because it's not only like a resource for combo, but it's also your resources in the game, which is really cool.
Yeah. Now we can do like a good value. Oh, we have the Bonager. Brutal. So this is a +2/+2 in this deck. Just being able to attack into the base and remove it in one attack. Ooh, they get a Wu Fei to their hand. Don't love to see that. We do have the gun cannon attack in. Hit the Wing Gundam out of the shields there. Still 4 resources to work with. And the gun cannon is going to heal at the end of the turn. Or sorry, repair 1 at the end of the turn. And if we just kind of like put down a couple more units on the board, that's going to be kind of tricky for our Strike Gundam build to really answer.
Ooh, dropping 2 drops. Got Vanilla Gundam, and we got the. I keep forgetting what this guy is. The corpse, the Magana?
The Magnac, yes, from the what Operation Meteor? No, it's Gundam Sandrock's tribe. You get to play those for free.
Yeah, we're just presenting so much pressure though. That Bonniger really came in for its stats because we were able to trade cleanly into the base with 5 damage.
Yeah, and most people like look at Bonagers like, yeah, the +2/+2 is good, but like Unicorn's bad, so I don't play it. +2/+2 stats is crazy in this game, especially when we're playing as many vanillas as we are right now. It just means that we're easily going 2 for 2 trades aggressively, which are really strong. All right, so we're going 3 into the gun cannon, which unfortunately has just healed back up to. Oh, sorry, the gun tank. Okay, we've got plans for this gun cannon.
Yeah, he says that's basically 1 life I lose. I might as well try getting rid of as many bodies as I can because the more stats they have, it's the same difference for me right now.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Ale Strike, and we're going to be linking it with Kira, so we're going to be returning a unit to hand that's level 5 or lower.
I don't know who the best unit is to return though.
Like, it feels so bad to bounce a unit with a pilot.
Yeah.
But but you might as well bounce a unit you can't answer and trade into right now.
Yeah, probably just the vanilla Gundam. I think at this point.
Yeah, I think we might be reading over the stats just to make sure it's clear. And yep,
Mm-hmm.
bouncing that vanilla Gundam. Yep, -2 attack on unit. We're trading into get rid of that gun cannon with the Amaro.
And we still have 4 health, which is obnoxious. But if they can't get rid of this Rick Dom, being able to trade into the Ailstrike and still have Breach 2 is devastating. Yeah. Oh yeah, 2 damage. Yeah. Due to because it's it was a 4/4.
Yeah, can't forget the pilot. Can't
Yeah.
forget the pilot.
And I don't think we are going to forget about how obnoxious this Spawnager is going to be, because we're at 3 shields. We're going to be able to deal damage to one of them. And heck, we can even, like, instead, with it being at 3 health right now, we can attack the 2/3 or the 3/2 to trade with the Strike Gundam. Rick Dom attack over the Strike Dagger or Strike Gundam as well, and still live, the one without the pilot, not the L Strike one. Man, I can. There's sometimes where, like, you're playing One Piece and like there's 2 Luffy's on board, and you gotta be like, you gotta clarify. This game there might be,
We
oh
got Gundam.
yeah,
Got
all right, the
Gundam.
L Strike Gundam with 3 health left compared to the one with 2 health left. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that might be a thing we see a lot more, especially when a lot more cards are added to the pool.
Yeah, because I think, like, end game is that you have like one Gundam and pilot unit, like, pair that you're focusing your deck on, and then you have, like, a small little engine of something else. But yeah, that could be a little complex. But we've got this 5/4 here with Breach 2. This can attack into the 3/2 strike and still survive and still get the breach damage, which is just
Yep.
a wing Gundam, which I'm
Wing
sure they wish
Gundam.
was in hand right now. We're going to be able to trade into the blocker there if we want to, which I think at this point we probably do. Though we could just put him down to 1 shield and then go wide and just kind of see what happens.
Yeah, we know we have Gundam in hand. If we have a Link, it'd be really powerful here. I don't think we even care if we play a base right now, just because, like, we're not going to be taking damage right now. Their focus is removing our board with
Mm-hmm.
how little life they have left.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly though, with that blocker only having 3 health though, and our board being what it is, I don't think it's bad to be aggressive and just go straight to shields. Just put them to a lower number, because they're
Yeah,
likely
we
going
have
to try to
all.
trade with the L Strike anyways next turn.
Yeah, the one thing I guess we might be respecting too is the fact they have the EX resource up, which means it could be a Hawk and Demian, the
Sure.
bimodal pilot. But yeah, we're
Okay.
just going to go ahead and play Fommel. Grab a life to exchange it for a bigger base, but we're going to go ahead and generate a 3/1 token.
Which yeah, Perfect Strike Gundam would be able to just remove that on play. But I think it's also just like we haven't taken any damage in our shields yet. Like, a draw 1 might just be so tempting right now that we had to do it. All right, 4 resources left though.
Yeah, that could be two drop units. That can be like I'm trying to think how 4 resources get spent. It could be like a show resolve with a pilot, but you probably don't play a pilot in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to swap our 1 unit for your unit with a pilot, so we're going +1 in cards there.
Oh, are we playing it? Oh man, we are going so wide. Man, at that
We're
point,
all
I think I actually would have attacked into the shields, because having, just forcing them down to 1, I think might have been more proactive if they had to also still trade with their blocker.
Yeah, I think we're just at a point where we're like, if we get rid of their 1 unit, they can't trade for multiple units. If they have an Archangel, it gives them a little less value. So
Yeah.
that's a world I see it coming up for why we decided to do the trade.
It could also be, and I don't. This is just my funny headcanon, but One Piece, the character limit is 5. This game at 6, so maybe it could just be Ben's a One Piece player. One Piece judge. He's like, I can't have 6 characters on board. That's illegal. But definitely something you can do in this game.
Yeah, that is also true. Also true.
Yeah, and this is tough, right? Like you had to spend 2 resources just to play a cycle without blocker. Like even if you like you need like perfect strike, I think will help you here. But even then,
Yeah, we're just really doing because like, we have to be super efficient with the cards that we're using.
mm-hmm.
Kira on the unit here is a generic link, so we're able to swing immediately, give something -2 attack. So what do we get rid of here? Is it the token to maximize the amount of health we have left, or are we just trading straight into the breach unit with the Boniger?
Yeah, I think it has to be Rick Dom because otherwise that can just trade back and still have breach. You're gonna have 1 HP. No, we're gonna actually get rid of the token. So maybe we're bouncing Rick Dom back to hand because it doesn't link with the links, right? Uh, and then using our EX resource for Demi Trainer, unsurprising there. But I don't super like leaving this breach unit here.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a misplay because now the blocker doesn't matter because you're getting the damage done still.
Yeah.
You may lose the unit in the trade, but breach being able to resolve even if your own unit dies, pretty powerful.
All right. So we have 4 attacks on board. They have 2 shields and 2 blockers. And I think we're just going to get started with our 2/2.
Zaku won. Zaku won the 1-2.
It might no, is it a 2/2? Most people don't play
I
this
think it's a
card
one.
that I've
It's a
played with.
1-2. It's a level 1/1 drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the only one that doesn't have 1 HP, so he has a little bit less interaction if your opponent tries to bounce or do anything to it.
Yeah, I'll bring up the card so I can help remember myself. Interesting that we blocked with the 1/1 on that one. All right, we're going to go with the 5/1 with breach 2.
Yep, so you might as well let it go through because
Yeah, and we're
oh,
attacking into
he's
the
getting
unit too,
traded.
which I think is fine. Oh, a Wu Fei to
Change to
hand.
hand.
Dangerous.
Yeah, maybe our opponent will have a little bit more to react with on their next turn, not taking damage, and ideally they're breaching at the same time when they're trading.
Yeah. And now we're just in a spot where if they have Amaru, they win. If they have another Link, they win.
Yeah, but from how we're looking, it's Boninger there.
Ooh, okay. I like this though, because this is going to be a 5/5 now. Or sorry, a 5/4, 5/4. So they can't block this and keep the unit.
I just want to say, take it. It's a
Ooh,
Fommel.
that is what you needed.
You actually don't get the token if it's
Yeah,
on
yeah,
your
yeah,
opponent's
yeah.
turn. Yeah, we got that. We got fixed already. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of those
Ben just
small
looked over
lines
at his
where,
card next to him, right?
yeah, yeah, card's crazy good. It's not that good. To be fair, you normally have like a keyword block that says like your turn for an effect like that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, 2 more units coming down.
Yeah.
Says I can't go for game, so I might as well set up for a bigger turn next
Mm-hmm.
turn.
Mm-hmm.
3 resources up. Is our entire hand too?
That is our entire hand, yeah. But I will say, yeah, that fall mail is a little bit devastating. I'll say a little unhappy to see that. All right, we're gonna play. Is that hero?
I believe it is a hero.
Yeah. So we are currently a 5/5 now. We're gonna play out Demi Trainer. Yeah, of course. We're gonna play out Rick Dom, and then are we just passing? Okay.
Yeah, passing with 2 cards in hand. 3 resources up, so that can be like a Witch and a Bride, a Hawk and Endymion. It can be 2 Hawks. There's a few things it could be to help curve out this aggro.
Yeah. I think we have to start with the Zaku swing though, because it kind of forces him to make a weird like. Yeah, they just have to force the demi trade.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely the way to swing because like you can swing with the 5 attack unit first that has breach, but
Mm-hmm.
they're going to block it because it turns 3 or 5 damage into 3 damage or 2 damage. Is it two? I always forget what the breach number is on this unit.
Rick Dom is breach 2. Yeah.
Actually, do we have a Rictom? I think the Rictom's gone now. I think it's Zaku.
No, sorry. Yeah, the Zaku's don't. Yeah. Nate has a Rick Dom on their side of the board.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
There. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about.
And luckily it's like the opposite of like when I know what I'm talking about, and so like together it seems like a functional conversation.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we're seeing that Gundam first. So been deciding that this is the most optimal unit to swing with first here. Demi Trainer is going to probably take the block.
All right.
Yeah, Demi Trainer taking one for the team.
All right. Now you attack with the Zaku too, because that's 5, and you can they need to block it essentially in trade.
Or is it? Actually, it might be one of your last trades because 1 damage is lethal damage. So we might be trying to force as much damage up front to the base that we can now.
Yeah. Well, this is swinging for 5 because it has the Boninger underneath it.
Yeah, which is going to force the block here if we don't want to lose the base, or if we have a card in our hand that we can use an action command timing and
Mm-hmm.
might come up. Yep, block.
Yeah. Here comes the Zaku's. Yeah, 3 damage, 1 damage, and then what do we got for our last card? Another unit. Yep. Yeah, another vanilla. All right.
Yep, and
Yeah,
that's the
just yeah,
fist
that's
bump.
the
We have
pass. Only
pilots.
pilots in hand. Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. I think Nate was pretty close to stabilizing there, but Ben just had some really good pressure, despite the first couple of turns looking just a little bit slow.
Yeah, I was going to say it definitely wasn't looking favored for Ben, but we just didn't see any of our late game blockers, so we were just in a kind of tight spot there.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Also, want to say big shouts to Ice Loom for the raid. I hope you had a good Fusion World stream. We're doing Gundam tonight though, because I just need more card games on my roulette palette there. But it's been a lot of fun. We're about halfway through the event today. We should be doing 6 rounds. So happy to be halfway through this one. And Ben currently 3-0 with their blue and green aggro pile, I guess I'll call it. So. Well, let me see if we got some other games. Looks like Table 4 is still playing. Let's see what's looking like over here. Looks like that game is over. I'll say.
Take a look on the Best Coast and see what Best Coast says. Yeah, they just wrapped up there.
Yeah. Let me see Table 9. Because we saw Matt earlier. We also saw. Oh yeah, this is the X one. Let me see Table 8. They're still going. Yeah, it looks pretty one-sided. We can jump over there real quick, but I think this one might be ending pretty soon. Yeah, because this is the Strike Gundam player we saw earlier, and with the board being so wide right now for Zaiden or Zeitzen, it's gonna be kind of tough to stabilize with no shields left. Yeah, and I think that is just going to be the GG pass because with the amount of cards that we have right now, yeah, there's just no way to get there. So, all right, we have Zeitzen currently undefeated. With their copy of Green and White, we might follow their game next because we haven't really seen Green White perform, and being able to be like at full shields at the end of the game is I think pretty impressive too. So.
Yeah, definitely is. Shows that you're always controlling the board, forcing them to react to the board, and they just never had a chance to swing at life after not catching up on tempo.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if if there's any other games that have like a little bit more juice left in them. Um, Let me see. Let me check out table 14. They just wrapped up table 15. Yeah, 0 life to 5 life. Table 18. Yeah, that one is over. Yeah, most games are finishing a little bit quicker than expected because we've got like literally everyone I'm jumping into it looks like they just scooped up. So let me go back to
So it
maybe
might
like
be a quicker round four than we were expecting there.
yeah. Yeah, because this one, I'm going back through the things. Yeah, table 4 is definitely done. Table 6 is uh likely done because there's just such a difference in the value there. Let me try table 9 again. I think that might have like a little bit more for us.
Yeah.
No, this is our
And
Gundam Unicorn player, and I don't think they got the game. Jeez, I promise I'm trying to find games. They're just done.
yeah,
You
could
know
just
what?
be a little yap session too.
Here, last table I'll jump to. We'll go to table 13. We've got a blue green versus a white blue deck, and it looks like we've seen a good amount of gun tanks hit the board off the white base that's currently established. We got 2 shields to 1, both having a base out. We're gonna play out the Wing Gundam Bird mode, get an EX resource, and then we do have the hero. So this turns it into a 5/4, which is quite nice. And then
Yep,
also
and
with
it's a link.
the Gundam, this becomes like a 6 damage. So yeah, there goes white base.
Yeah, it looked like that white base has stuck around for at least 2 turns because we see 2 tokens from it.
Yeah. And we got the repair on our Gundam. We also have the links underneath it. So it's currently a 5/6 with 2 damage. So it's a 5/4. And then yeah, both units are 5/4s currently. All right. Also confirmation. Ben knows he can play 6 units. Good to know. Good to know. Just in case. Just in case. Again, we're negative 100 on until the game comes out. So
Yeah, which is so crazy to think about. Like, I think the beta event was such a cool idea for like getting hype and excitement behind the game.
mm-hmm.
But I think like we kind of mentioned at the beginning of the stream, like it's a little hard to get cards. Like it was kind of limited on who was actually able to get products.
Mm-hmm. And I see like the occasional like social media posts where it's just like, oh, what's the best way to get proxies? The answer is Eggman events, by the way. Just unbiased opinion. You can just make proxies off the deck builder there. But there's always one person who's just like, you can just buy the cards too. And I'm like, you really can't. Like, it's not to get commons and uncommons essentially that are gonna be like in starter decks and stuff. Like, it's people want to support this game, right? And it's not it is definitely demand is not is too high compared to the amount of product that's just currently available.
Yeah, 100%. Like, and you put it the best way. They're like these cards. They're coming in set one. They're coming in starter decks.
Yeah,
Like,
there's no unique
there's not.
cards. Yeah,
Yeah, like I think the only thing like up in contention is like, okay, what alt arts or what arts are exclusive? Because I think the line like a lot of people are quoting is like it says some cards are exclusive that can have alts only in beta, but in the game, end of the day, for functional decks, it doesn't matter.
yeah,
Like we're going to see these cards again.
yeah. And we're playing out the launcher strike Gundam there with the Hira, so we do get the AP -2 to let this survive at currently 2 HP. I mean, we can attack our gun tanks into the base if we so desire. We're gonna play out another perfect strike Gundam, so we've got 5 units on the board right now with 1 blocker, and then 1 for Demi Trainer. I think is the is the optimal play.
Nope, no demi trainer. Is that a pass I saw? Also, shout out to the sleeves from the Card Fest events there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and having perfect fits around them. Highly recommend. You want to preserve those sleeves. They're super sick, and I really do like um the theming of like the card backs and what they've done for this game is really nice.
Yeah, overall, gosh, there's just I've said before, there's so many things in the right direction for this game that get me so excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it, whenever I explain like how do you describe Gundam to someone who's never played a card game,
Sure.
and I'm always like, well, you're very like resource like value trading is like one of the big things I've said a lot. That's why I think breach is such a cool keyword.
Mm-hmm.
You focus on the damage on the units, so it's like you have your Gundam units fighting back and forth with the pilots, and you get their cantrip effects. It's just so fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's really what has been one of the consistent themes for Bandai card games with almost a decade of covering them at this point. Is that they're really good at saying, well, this character has like this theme in their show, and so we're going to incorporate it to make sense in the card game. They almost always like knock it out of the park. They make it feel like they don't make the card game feel generic. They make it feel like it is the Gundam card game specifically, not only because of the art but just the mechanics and how they work.
Oh, my favorite example of that is if you guys read St. Gabriel's Institute, that's like the green base. It's like you look at the top two cards of your deck, one goes top, one goes to the bottom.
Yeah.
It's from the Wing series where he gets the invitation, he tears it up in front of her. That's why you have one card to the top and bottom. Like when someone pointed out to me, I'm like, that is such a cool like thematic thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Mm-hmm.
watch the show, you're like, that's pretty cool that they incorporate little details like that.
Yeah, it's really apparent, and I just love it. It's just so cool, and it's tough to make a card game already, but to be able to make the flavor match the IP is really special. All right. Well, it looks like we're deciding on how we're going to try to end our turn. We did play a Zaku 2 there. And we are going to link it with the Char, so it's going to have high maneuver. This is going to be guaranteed damage here. And we're going to hit
Yep,
into,
and
a white base. That is
white
like
base.
the worst thing to see there, especially since they're going to be able to make another unit now, which is really scary. And yeah, you're probably hoping to maybe do some double damage over the next 2 turns.
Yep. I will say, at least it wasn't the last life, giving him basically a seventh shield.
Sure, 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 sure. But
It's
it's
not good though.
not great. Yeah, not recommended. All
So
right.
3, let's show resolve. We're going to be drawing 2 cards here.
Mm-hmm.
Tap another 3 for the Gundam MA form.
Mm-hmm. And we have the Amuro with it. So we just get a free cycle now, which is great.
Yep, we're going to target him to tap him down again.
Yeah. And we could like pressure kind of going for game here, but I think we have to remove the Zaku and the token it
Yeah,
comes out with too, right?
it's going to be 2 layers of removal we have to do with it.
Yeah. But if we also have just like a gun tank in hand, right? That also deals with that. I mean, we have the gun tank tokens too.
Yeah, or any of the bounce 1 HP units, that also works.
All right, we're going to go 5 into the base. Sorry, the 6 into the base gets rid of it regardless. Attacking into shields, just a vanilla Gundam attacking into the shields. Amuro there. Oh, that is a little scary. But yeah, we have gun tank. Yeah, just get rid of it. And then Demi Trainer.
No better way to end your turn.
Yeah, yeah. What is my purpose? Use my last resource every turn.
Not every I was going to say not just one turn, every turn.
Every turn, yeah, yeah. You are, the last kid I recruit to my kickball team every week. Just you're there, you're consistent, but
Yep, and when you do your job, you do it
yeah,
well.
you're
You,
so good at it. Yeah. We got a white
you're
base
always
coming out
forcing it.
for our other player, but with the board of 6 attackers on the other side, I think it's a little bit too late there.
Yeah, because what's the best case scenario here? Gun tank, then a bounce unit and a blocker, but with was it 6 resources? You can only answer 3 of the units. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
we know
think
that
that's
Amro's in hand,
GG's.
right? So you could like rest the demi trainer and trade into something larger. Yeah, but yeah, this can what? But you have 2 blockers out though, too, right?
Yeah. I guess the only other angle is like a lethal angle if we have double links. Because like we do have a char so we can do high maneuver. So I think if we're respecting a high maneuver line, then we would
Block,
block
yeah,
here, but they're doing the trade, so it's not going to matter.
yeah. There's some resources left, so like there can be the intercept order, but yeah, not gonna happen for this one. So we have Jamo going, I believe, X1 right now, so 2-1 into this tournament, and I think this is our last one of our last games left for us. So we'll go back to us, but yeah, really happy with the variety of this. I think it's pretty clear that there's a lot of different decks and color combinations that are viable. And of the 3 color combinations that we have in the game right now, having all 3 of them have people on them, I think is really cool. Is really cool. And what was your favorite color combination? Oh, I asked you earlier, but for the people who just got here, what's your favorite color combination?
Gosh, I might change what I said at the start because like I'm just watching these games and it's so cool to see. I love the white value. I think the white value is probably the fun part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
But blue for the tap mechanics, I think it's probably blue white still,
Mm-hmm.
or it is now if it wasn't before. What would you say is yours?
I'd say honestly blue white as well. Having access to both Kira and Amuro in the same deck, they do similar things. Sometimes sometimes I feel like I play too much value base that I get run over by aggro, but going from like to like one shield and then like being able to stabilize and just seeing my opponents like, man, I'm so close, but like it gets
Yeah,
farther and farther away every turn. I think
this
is.
Archangel, it's carrying so much
Mm-hmm.
weight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Hawk, surprise, we got a little bounce. We haven't seen that come up yet
Yeah.
tonight. We saw intercept in the command timing or action timing.
Yeah, and there's like so much times where like they're like, okay, I can get rid of the base. That's the end of my turn. Set up for lethal and just play another base on no shields. And they're like, oh no, I have to answer this again. And I get to clear their board most of the time. Yeah, it's brutal. It's very brutal. So, what was that the final round? Not even close. We're halfway through today. So, we had 64 players capped out pretty quickly. I also will have top 8 on my website tomorrow, Eggman Events, with the color combination breakdown. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention again real quick. So, our least popular combination, if you actually want to call it that, we did have one person on mono white. I didn't have that originally as an option in the forum, and I had to add it for them. So there is one blue white or mono white. Blue green is our least popular combination with only 14 people on it. Blue white is our second most popular with 23 people, and then white and green, which is surprising to me, is our most popular with 27 on it. Which, as mentioned before, it's my least favorite combination. I think blue is kind of a staple for this game, but clearly not. Clearly an opinion, not a fact.
Yeah.
On that one. So, and you mentioned, yeah, you're also a big fan of blue and white, and being able to have blockers and just card draw at the end of the day, I think it's just very strong.
Yeah, it gets so exciting when you watch like all these value plays that are going on. You're like, man, this looks so cool. I like the idea of like we're just able to do so much. We're going card plus an advantage on board and in
Mm-hmm.
hand.
Yeah, yeah. I just like being able to do stuff with my resources every turn. So that's why I'm a blue player. It's just can always like draw 2 cards or use like the cycle strike Gundam into something or use even like the white base to generate a token. I think all that's just really strong here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we've definitely seen like I think the highlight card of tonight so far has probably been Archangel for the white decks.
Yeah,
And then Amuro is just like the generic best, like you'll slap this pilot in any deck card.
yeah. Yeah, I think, and it could also just be something where, in my mind, clearly the best independent cards are like some of the blue cards and some of the white cards, right? We mentioned, I think, Amuro and Kira just have like really good effects. Sometimes they don't work that well together, right? That makes it difficult for them to be a cohesive, like, combination deck. But yeah, whenever I play green white, and it could just be a skill issue from my side, I always feel like I run out of resources towards the end game, and then I'm like, what do I do now? Like, how do I dig myself out of here? So that's been my only kind of issue with the deck personally.
Yeah, and I think if you look at green as a color, like you're going to run out cards like really fast because that's the only color that has like no cycle or draw engine on its own.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's like why we're saying like you always supplement with blue because you go hand plus with show resolve, or you go with white because you have your super filter to get rid of like dead cards in your hand after you've done your one ramp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is all kind of a weird thing too. Like, ramp in Bandai card games means different things and have different value behind them. Like, ramp in One Piece is highly desirable. Ramp in like Fusion World is highly desirable, but ramp in this game so far has just been okay, right? It's cute, but without us having like consistent late game targets to actually like Wing Gundam being the only high end card really that exists in this format, it's not always worth ramping to it, immediately. So
Yeah, and that's the weird thing because like ramping in this game means more than just like you have more resources to spend. It
mhm.
increases your level.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like you're saying, like maybe when we get more late game payoff, it'll be a lot better. But in the beta format for the card pool we have, it's kind of okay.
yeah. Yeah, and being able to convert it into like a five, like with Hero making it into a 5 AP card is impactful because it means you can get rid of a 5 health unit, or not unit, base in one hit with it. With the bird mode is really strong. Obviously, Breach 5 off the main Wing Gundam is very good too. So I think all that's just five is a really good like benchmark number to hit a lot of different things right now, which means that either having something hit for 5 is good, or having something that has 6 HP are good for those reasons.
Yeah, I think the main numbers we've seen being like most impactful, like you said, is first of all five to get through bases, but four is also just a really good number too because it gets through all the blockers without pilots.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair too, because some games have had this issue, like, man, I have to commit 2 cards to make one okay unit sometimes, but I like the pilots having effects. I like the fact that they boost HP and AP, and the fact that you can link and have things attack turn of is very, very strong as well. So we're going to jump into round number 4. We do have 8 players undefeated as well. I think we've seen most of them, but we're going to go to table 3. We're going to see Zydeek with who we saw the end of their game at the last of it. But we have, I won't say who's playing what yet, but let me see. So we know we have one blue green aggro pile because that was the end of the last round. We also have a blue white defensive base deck, which I think was more close to what we play if we were playing in the event today. We also have another blue white kind of defensive deck. We also have, let me see, who else do we have? We have blue white, so 3 blue whites undefeated. We have 4 blue whites undefeated. All right, I don't want to. I don't want to be like, oh, I knew it, but yeah,
Yeah, also popularity for what people brought tonight is a little bit influenced probably too for some of it.
yeah,
Uh, I don't think you said green white, so I guess that's not holding up there.
yeah. I don't think there's any green whites that are left undefeated at this point. Let me see. I think if we do, it's yeah. We only have one, which is the match we're going to see right now. So let me get that set up for us. So we have Zydeek Perez. who is going to be playing on the bottom, and they are playing. What did they? How would they say their deck was? Yeah, mostly strike. And then, but yeah, white having the only color, being the only color in the game with blockers right now, I think is something that's important for this. And then on the other side, we have Andy Fan. And then Andy is playing more of. Let me see. Andy is playing a blue and white Strike Gundam Earth Alliance build. So I think, generally speaking, most players are kind of including Strike Gundam in their deck. I think that's been one of the key points, is that Strike Gundam's been very present. All right, let me get the last one there. All right, cool. We can go over there now. Pew. All right, we are in round number 4, which you will know because I updated it right now.
Yep, and we're starting off the game. 1 resource pass, level 2 Demi Trainer pass. Now, question: is Demi Trainer going to get more value than 1 block, or is he going to get bounced before he gets a chance to block?
He might get a block. I kind of like some weird scenarios. Like if I'm playing like blue white, I definitely like playing more of the being able to attack with it, and then they're forced to attack with their unit, and I can like gun tank it. You know what I mean? But we are just going to attack into the EX base, and then also upgrade our EX base for a fall mail, which generally this is good. When we have this Demi Trainer that can just trade into it for free, it feels like a little bit worse, but it also means that you kind of feel bad for playing at the draw ball because you could have just gotten rid of the token for free.
Yeah, stat line definitely awkward here right now. We haven't revealed what the second color is for the white deck.
Yeah.
So our opponent
Andy,
may not know. Are we playing around gun tanks too? Or are we just playing around the 1 HP bounces?
Yeah, that's something, that's a dynamic I haven't even begun to think of, is that in events like you really don't know the color combination until like turn 3 or 4, right? That's generally a secret knowledge, and we don't know like that we're playing against green white either. All right, we're going to play Kira there. Oh, this is an interesting trade here.
Are we trading or getting rid of the base? Probably a trade. It
yeah,
would make more sense. Yep. Okay, and we're putting our trash up there. I see.
Yeah.
Another Demi Trainer coming down. Demi Trainer actually put in work.
Yeah.
I know I've been hating on Demi Trainer a little bit, or at least memeing on
it. We haven't mentioned this card much today, but no. But yeah, these situations are just why I think Kira is so good. If you use a pilot, you generally want to go 2 for 2 or better. And Kira almost guarantees that you have a 2 for 2. You know what I mean? That you get to, it generally means that you're in these situations where you can attack and make it so you survive, and make it kind of difficult. And this is also just kind of difficult too, where we can attack, we can reduce the power of this launcher, and it's a 3-4 right now, right? So they're not going to be able to block and trade, which is a little bit unfortunate here.
Yeah, sitting at level 5, trying to figure out, are we going to be doing our trades first or swings first? And it looks like that's what we are. This makes sense. It's the safest swing to do.
Yeah. And we still have 4 here. Yeah, we can't, I mean, they're not going to let us Demi Trainer and restand it. That Demi Trainer is too powerful to stay on board for too long.
Yep, you know it. And now we're We're playing our blocker, and it looks like a pass. We're
Yeah.
just going to keep the resource, maintain the extra level, because if we want to play wing, we still haven't shown a green card yet.
Mm-hmm.
So our opponent has no idea what to expect here. A wing Gundam with Hero Yui can be so powerful in this next turn. Because I believe that is the biggest statted unit you can get on the board.
It is, yeah. And that's kind of like I haven't done it a lot, but like obviously Hero gives it a +3/+2, right? But even like Bonager giving Wing Gundam +2/+2 with its effect is super strong. So yeah, it begins the bouncing of the demi trainers. Unsurprising.
Yeah.
Unsurprising here.
Yeah, but just your units just line up stat wise so well for that. It's going to naturally happen. Even though like Demi Trainer is a card that does a lot for one resource, just the fact that it has 1 HP makes it so vulnerable to so many effects.
All right, we're level 6 right now with the EX resource. This is a scenario like if we had L Strike with. I mean, if we're playing Kira this early, it would, in my mind, means that we likely have another one. So being able to use like Ale to get rid of their Perfect Strike Gundam, and then, I think actually wait, it's only level 4 or lower, perhaps.
Yeah, leaves. Just so difficult to decide when you're going to commit your plays. Witch and the Bride, though, for 2. We're
Oh,
going to be bouncing a unit with 5 HP or less, so get rid of the blocker. We're going to start, pushing damage. You just said, you know what, we're in a comfortable board spot. We're going to make it awkward on you. You're either losing this body in a trade here. We find overflowing affection, no burst effect. We're going to be swinging our blocker. We got Archangel, so we can restand it, so we do not find too much concern in swing with that blocker.
and we got one left. You know what that means?
Demi Trainer for
Got
one.
got gotta
You're
be
going to
Demi
see
Trainer
it.
for one. Just to get bounced back by the Perfect Strike, we bounce back, but that's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
It's like, man, it's so cost efficient. Like, let's just end up our turn.
Oh no,
Oh
we're
no,
gonna end up using
Rezel.
developing a vanilla instead.
And honestly, that's a stronger way to respond to the card we know our opponent has. But finally revealing blue is our second color in this deck. And the other side, we've already seen Fommel, so we do know it's white-green, blue-white. So color identities are revealed, so we know the full card pool we could be playing around.
Yeah. All right, and we got the combo. We got the Wing Gundam. It's a 7/7. It attacks with Breach. It will get rid of the Archangel with its Breach 5. Yeah, and what's that 1 HP though? Gross. Yeah, and knowing that they have blue and they have so many ways to deal 1 damage with either gun tank, thoroughly damage, that is unfortunate. So if they end up having one of those cards, pretty scary.
Yeah, now if they play any of the bounce effects that have to target, that could be pretty rough, but obviously you're going to answer it with damage or swing into it before you would play something that would bounce it.
Yeah, this would be a scenario where bouncing a 7/1 Wing Gundam back to hand with the link feels really bad. Trading is just even better at that point if you're able to do so.
Yeah, because in Gundam, at least, when you say a number, you have to target the explicit number. I don't believe it's an up to like One Piece where you can do 0.
Oh, that's true. There are. I'm saying jury's out on some of those. Maybe you have more information on that on if their effects are mandatory like that, but
For deploy effects, they are
they
mandatory.
are
I
mandatory.
skimmed
Okay.
I skimmed the CRM at least.
Okay. Oh, we're going into the shield. So they added Akira to hand, which is terrifying to know. On that.
All resources up though.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have flexibility to do almost anything we need in this turn.
Yeah, but There has to be like a gun tank in hand. Oh, okay, Archangel, totally fine. Being at the restand there is really nice.
Yep, and we're staring down, was it 5 untapped resources? Looks like Rezel's going to be swinging it. It feels so bad if you have to trade into Wing, but it just makes sense if you have to get rid of Wing with a 4-3 rather than losing a unit and a base.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Breach is not both opponents' turns. It'd be
Yeah. Yeah.
absolutely
That would be
insane
that
if
would
it was.
be brutal if that was the case. Yeah, we're gonna get the block there. That's gonna do the trade. Is it four? It's a 4-3. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 4-3 into a 3-4 blocker, so they trade evenly with each other.
And
Now,
then
is in this spot, do you think you would bounce the hero and Wing?
I don't think I
Or
would. No. But this is kind of the same spot where if they can't interact with this demi trainer, it can always just block this damage. Yeah, they're gonna be breaching your Archangel again, but you still get a somewhat efficient trade.
yeah, you can at least protect your mid-sized units from getting traded over
Yeah.
by the block. So yeah, but Demi Trainer doing his job, Breach getting its job.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh
we'll
no.
just do it again.
Do it again. Yeah, that's brutal. So 3 damage. Luckily where you can trade for, moderately. Oh, wait, hold up.
You
Hold
can
up.
choose to not burst if you don't want to here. So he
Yeah.
doesn't have to burst and return it, but if you like to, you may, which honestly, it's not bad. It gets rid of the board.
Yeah, right. Because it kind of forces them that to be their entire play next turn. If you have like another demi trainer, being able to press damage and then get there. But yeah, that is quite the decision here. All right, deciding to
Yep,
not to.
yep, and I don't blame him there. Do not blame him there because this is where it's like most manageable against the Wing.
Yeah. Now, if they sequence it wrong and play the draw ball day first, then I would feel that card's getting bounced back to hand for sure. But when they're able to consistently link their cards like this, the bounce effects feel just so much worse.
And I will say, like, it's just really good sequencing from our player there of
Mm-hmm.
swinging and then playing the unit. And you can tell, like, these players are the top tables right now because they're playing well. They know their cards in and out, and they know what things could come up against these color combinations.
Yeah, and here's like another good sense of sequencing. So we're gonna trade there, so then we can make a 3/3 token with this white base.
And unless we have something that might be a little bit more powerful in our hand, but I think you are right. It's probably going to be the 3-3 Gundam.
Yeah, unless we've got something we'd rather do for this 5. We could do like Ale Strike, bounce back Dog all day, and attack in, maybe? If we have like another Kira in hand.
Yep, so yep, there's our white base token. Get 3-3 Gundam. Get our Dara Blade. Then one resource open. It could be a demi trainer, but it looks like it's a pass as we wash our resources to standing
Yeah.
up.
Mm-hmm. What a waste. Nah, just kidding. I will say another. I don't think I think I had this thought, but I don't think I went through it. Um, Knowing when to use your EX resource is very powerful in this game too, because it's also getting rid of the level as well as everything. But man, this is looking really good for Zydeek now, being able to get rid of the base. What's this last card? Another base. Very strong
And we
there.
said, we'll take this draw if we can. Thank
Mm-hmm.
you.
And then we have another perfect strike. But yeah, able to have still a lot of cards in hand. We have like 4 right now. And this is going to be a little bit tough to stabilize here.
Yeah, Archangel is one of those key pieces, though, to stabilizing a late game board.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to see Ale Strike with Akira to bounce one of the units. trade immediately into another unit, Archangel to restand it.
Yeah, I
Excuse
think
me.
I
Then
think you're right. That would probably be our best scenario right now.
yeah, it's definitely been super fun though playing this game. Like we're in the early like stages of the game where it's like you're getting dopamine and adrenaline from just like learning all the cards
Yeah,
and
yeah,
seeing these combinations together, and everyone's learning like what's the best combination too. It's just so fresh, so fresh.
agreed. And yeah, we do have the Kira and Ailstrike for us too, so we can bounce back. Assumedly, yeah, the Perfect Strike Gundam.
Now the question is, which of these units would you be trading into if you were in this situation? I think they both have merits, but I think you might just go for the bigger
I
stats.
mean, we could go for game. That's the other like, kind of relevant thing is that we can press 2 damage with shields if we have like the final link we can get there. But it looks like we're going to reduce this to 1 HP now. We're gonna trade there. I don't think we pay the 2 to restand it because we know that they have the Perfect Strike Gundam in hand. I mean, unless we have like nothing else to do.
It could be like 3 demi trainers though.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Oh, you're just so right. I I don't know how to respond. No, we're just passing though.
Yeah, Archangel and restand and pass. I will throw my resources into this pile to indicate they are used, and we will pull them from there. One, it's a wing. Do we
Another
have the
wing.
hero?
But
No
no
hero,
hero
but we
this
got the
time. All right.
blocker.
I will say, like, if you find 3 wing Gundams, you are already winning most of your games. And
Yeah, because you just found the absolute best late game. You're
yeah,
right.
yeah, that just systematically how that card works is that it just makes it so your opponent has like no shields left. Um, the issue I think with my experience with the white and green version is it's hard to consistently find them with what our current card pool is. But yeah, seeing 3 is incredibly strong here.
Yeah, so we have to have like more blockers here. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
because a wing swing first forces either the base to go or a block and the base goes. So
Mm-hmm.
the next swing would be a forced block, and then one link is game.
Yeah. There's this weird thing where like Wing Gundam only has 4 AP, but it's a breach of 5. So if you attack into the base and it's unblocked, you only do 4 damage to it. But if you hit into anything, it does the full breach 5.
You are right. Good point. Good point. Totally missed. I thought it was a 5-5.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
it's weird. It's
a
really
little bit
weird.
more balance.
Yeah.
But it makes sense why the hero gives the extra attack stat on
Yeah.
him when he links, because that's when it becomes 7-7.
Yeah. I could have seen it maybe be like a 5-4 and then like hero buffs the other direction, but Hero definitely should be providing more AP than HP. That guy's aggressive.
Yep, Amuro tapping down the one blocker we have.
Yeah, and that's
So
just
not
vanilla strike as well. So I think we're deciding if we want to get rid of the wing or the blocker. I mean, I guess it doesn't truly matter since if you want to keep the wing around, you can just block. We'll give the reduction to. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you lose it either way.
do we have a link? We got one for GM, got 2 for Darablade, and we are out of resources in hand.
But this is the scenario where one Wing Gundam can attack into I think any level 4s regardless, right?
It can. Yep.
So it just makes more sense to be able to. Oh, but we have the link with the Darbald and with the Soletta, so that's going to be just 2 attacks, and that gets us there. So we have
Green
Zydeep
white
currently
taking the game.
4-0. Yeah, 4-0 with the only at the start of the round. This was the only undefeated green white, and going to continue to be the only undefeated green white going to round 5. So we have about half the round left. Let's see our other tables. So I can go to table 2 real quick. I think this is a blue-white mirror.
I don't think
Uh,
we've showcased that yet, have we?
not as much, but man, this game is going to go to time, so we better
You're
just
right.
start watching it now. It's going to be a lengthy one. Yeah, again, both leaning more, I think, on the Strike Gundam than anything else.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I just want to point out the playmat there, the wing playmat. That's from the world premiere event, I believe, right?
correct. Actually, no, because it doesn't have the little Dallas thing in the top left.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
it's like
it's a fan
a
print.
fan recreation, fan recreation.
Yeah. I
I was going to say, you got one.
yeah. I know a little bit more about that, Matt. But it is a sick design. I am very happy with everything I've gotten from this game. But man, the art for that Wing Gundam is fantastic.
It goes so hard. It
Yeah.
really does. Like I think of all the altars I've seen in person, because when I was at Cardfest, I was working the Gundam demos.
Yes.
I
Yep.
saw pretty much every altar there. That wing altar and that aerial altar, I know they're the chases, but they just pop out so well with those color schemes in person.
Yeah,
It's
and
one
I
of those
don't.
things where it's like the print's good, but in person it's just such a big shift.
Yeah, and I don't know because they haven't been like super forthcoming with what's actually exclusive. I wouldn't be surprised if that Wing Gundam art is exclusive to the beta at this point because they've used it for so much assets for it that uh it's likely one of the more exclusive arts if that really gets down to that. All right, so we are getting rid of the base there. And it does look like Nick is running out of resources. Only one card in hand to two cards in hand. We're going to.
Yeah, so we have been grinding for a bit already.
I mean, we're at 10 resources and we still have our EX base up. Right?
Oh wait, good point.
That is a little grindy for sure. Oh, another Soletta to hand. I do like that Soletta does give us the 2 HP, and I'm sure in the main set getting the resource back gets way better with time, but when we have just so few things to play right now, it's a little bit less good right now, I feel like in the beta.
Yeah, I agree. Like unless you're like pushing like Academy aggro deck where you just want to untap resources to play more bodies, like it doesn't do a whole lot right now for the resource restand.
All right, we're passing with what, 9 resources? Yeah, we didn't play any resources this turn. Brutal.
So we might finally get rid of the EX base, but we might be trading first, if
Yeah,
I
I
had to
think like if we
guess.
were able to just trade and just like always have a blocker active, which Archangel's going to let us do pretty easy. I think this is looking pretty good for Jan here.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree there.
And we do have our other tables, so we know. So Levi won on table 1. We saw them earlier. We had Zydeek. We have Emil, who also won. I think we saw Emil at the beginning of this too. So, and then so I think what a guaranteed blue white since that's this matchup. I think Levi was also on blue white. Emil's on blue white, and then Zydeek is on blue and or white and green.
I was going to say you're remembering that a lot better than I am.
I am spitballing and no one can correct me. So
That is also true.
just say it with confidence, and then if you're wrong, you're wrong. Easy
Yeah, no one's going
peasy.
to question you.
Yeah.
I was talking to like some coworkers yesterday. It's like as long as you're confident with like what you're doing, if you're wearing like a yellow vest going in like anywhere, just walk with
Oh, sure.
confidence. No one's going to question what you're doing there. Like they're
Mm-hmm.
assuming you're there for maintenance.
Yeah, you're like, I don't want to mess up their day. I don't want to be like, I don't want to get yelled at for not knowing what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, but yeah, it's looking real good for Jan here, being able to go wide board. We're in top deck mode. Like, sure, we have all
we
these
finally
resources, but
And we finally did our first damage to the EX base, folks.
Yeah, it's coming down. All right, L. Yeah, it's gonna buy you a turn maybe, but yeah, that is it.
Ale and pass.
And with just kind of how like impactful like life is in this game, since you can add cards to hand, or like you really do get rewarded for like stalling them out into the late game, because you get into these spots where like, yeah, I can just do 5 swings and do 5 damage very quickly.
Yep, and there goes the EX base. And one thing we haven't really just kind of like rabbit hole down is like the fact that this game has so many different tokens you can use. There's
Mm-hmm.
so many cool arts, designs, and pricing I can see they just have in the future for this game too.
Yeah. All right.
Like extra resource all arts, extra base arts,
Mm-hmm.
token arts. Like there's just so much cool pricing and flexibility we can see.
For sure. I know at one time in development, I don't know this is my headcanon, but like they're like, should we give a trigger or a burst to a show of resolve to draw a card or something? And I think the right answer is to not to, but it feels so bad in these scenarios when I have no cards, and that show of resolve would have been fantastic. But we do hit an Archangel here, going down to 2 shields and the base, but we still have the Gundam RX-78 to be able to clear it if we so desire, or just block with. But right now with the Soletta, we are currently a 4/6. That turns to a 5/6 with their Gundam
With the
effect.
pair effects. Yeah. So we're gonna get rid of the base, but the base at least gave them a draw off of life.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are blocking this attack, as we said, you know what, Archangel is going to provide enough value on my next turn where I want to make sure it's there still.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we have like a link into a blocker here.
Yeah, but these are just some chunky bodies now. Like, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, we're what's our color combo again? We're white blue, right? So
Yeah.
we can see a show resolve into like a few different things. Uh,
Yeah.
two for a draw one, trash one. So most cost efficient cycle we have at the moment, probably.
Also, Levi's in chat. He's blue green, so I was wrong. But see, what I was so confident that you'd have to assume I was I was right.
Yeah, exactly. We're here for a good time. We're here for a good time, and I think everyone's having a great time tonight.
Yeah. I'm happy this was able to come together. It's always a little bit nerve wracking to with it just being like a new game, and especially in this case where it's like clearly not fully out. But the response has been really good, and I don't know if I can guarantee another tournament before the beta period ends and Star Deck one, like, Star Deck period starts, but I'll have to see. I definitely can't do another free one. That's definitely one and done, but we'll see if I can.
Yeah, that has been your investment into this community. Is
Correct.
one
Yeah.
way that I think a lot of people are looking at it. Like, man, no one else is doing anything. You're setting the momentum. You said, you know what, man? Let's get something awesome for a community. Let's get all the players together. Let's get the stream going. Let's get visibility on the game.
Yeah.
And honestly, let's just see what people are brewing.
No, the biggest thing is that I've seen a lot of people with opinions, and I want to have data that they're wrong. So that's the. Well, according to my hastily drawn up pie chart, you are incorrect.
Now the question is, how are you going to be doing the pie charts for this? Are you going to be
Oh
showing
man, that was the
color
question.
pairs?
Sorry, real quick, we got a really interesting life trigger here that it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna make a difference, but we do have the. I've been seeing this card pop up more, and I've definitely written it off. It is the. Oh, where is it?
Naval bombardment.
Naval
I believe
bombardment.
is what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
where?
so -3 attack if I remember correctly.
Yeah, off the because it gives +3 to a blocker, as the main, and then sorry, I have all the cards here. Why can I not? There it is. There it is. There it is.
It's 120 GDO 120.
There it is. Yeah, -3 AP. So you can give something minus to make it like not attack. So there's some scenarios where that can come up, or the fact that you can pretend like it's a 1 turn pilot if you're trading for something anyways. So it's a fun little card.
Yeah, and I guess the other important thing there too is like if you're in a situation where there's a unit with like 3 attack and you give it -3 attack, has 0 attack, it can't go for game anymore because you
Yeah,
have to be able to do an actual damage.
yeah, because there's kind of a similar thing in Digimon, right? If you can have something like -8 security attack, right? Um,
Yeah, exactly.
so it's a cool. There's not really anything like that in One Piece, besides like just giving it -10,000 power, so
Yeah.
it will never be able to get damage in number wise. But
Yeah, it's like a Gundam Red Hawk where it's like, well, you can't connect to the leader, so you can no longer connect for game. So yeah, it kind of similar.
yeah,
You can be negative in One Piece. That's the part that always cracks me up.
that is weird. Like the first time, uh, there because some cards just literally have 0 power. Like Otama is one of the earliest examples. And in every other Bandai card game, like not only is that like you're off the board, but that is your way to get around removal protection in a lot of games. And in One Piece, it's just like, yeah, they're just like -5,000. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And right now we're at table 8. We've got Geo versus Gumpy. They're on the X1 uh, ride right now. X1 gets guaranteed prizing, and I think there will be one X2 who's able to bubble into a top 8 with good tiebreakers. All right, we're getting rid of the base. We're going to be able to play a Demi Trainer, unsurprising, and pass it back. All right. Well, we're at our full 10. Yeah, because they just passed, right? Yeah. This is gonna be rough.
Yeah, pitching a Bonniger here, or Bonniger. So probably just going to be closing out game here or being really close to it because I'm guessing we have a link.
Yeah,
We're
either
going to
you
show
have
it.
a Kira or just Amaru and Gundam.
Gundam
Yeah, there
Amuro.
it
Yep.
is. There it is. There it is. Man, I'm really surprised, and maybe this is just because obviously these are people who love this game already a lot. How many people have the foil EX resources, or just the foil resources rather? We've seen what I think at least 5 or 6 different individuals with them tonight, which is uh cool. Whenever you do get the foil ones, you get 2 sets of them, right? Because it's all the resources
Yeah.
in your little demo deck. Um, so there's maybe twice as much as I was thinking running around, but yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of people already dedicated to this game, which is cool to see.
If you think of it from like a perspective of like if you go to one beta event, it's like a 24-person event.
Yeah.
One person pulls foil resources. That's 20 foil resources.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
funny thing is, compared to the Hero Yui participation resources, there's only 16 of those.
Yeah.
So you're more likely to see complete foil resources than Hero Yui resources.
I guess you're right. I guess you're right. And our player here looks like they're going 50-50 on it. And then also, there's going to be chances for the foil EX resource that we're getting from some of these demo
The
events going around.
Yeah, the Irvine event, right?
Yeah.
That has the demo decks, and you get a resource on participation
Yes. Yeah.
or some manner. We're not quite sure
Some.
exactly what it is, but it's at the event.
Yeah. You will be able to get them from that, and then there's also which I'm gonna guess like there's gonna be more demo decks and more just events around the United States. So they're not going to be exclusive to that. I don't think. It'd be pretty rough if it was exclusive to like 3 weekends in California for an EX resource like that. So I would
Just a
expect
little
that
bit.
to be that. Yeah, the Relina for sure. Also, we do have 2 more rounds since we do have 4 undefeateds. We have 2 blue-white builds, 1 blue-green build, and 1 white-green build left. So generally, like we're just at the end of round 4. We're going into round number 5. I think my only suggestion is to not play the blue-white mirror match. So we'll see what the pair ups are, but that's where we're jumping in.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with anything. I'll follow you wherever you go there.
Yeah, you're not that you have much of a tangible choice, right? Man, I really want to go to table 2, but Eggman's at table 1, so
Come on, man. Let's do table 14, man. Come on.
Eggman, why are you not broadcasting 5 different tables at once? What is wrong with you? Just but we've got 4 undefeated players. We've got Levi, we've got Jan, we've got Zydeek, who we saw at the beginning of our round, and then we have Emil, who are rocking that 4-0. So we are going to take a tiny break. It's going to be for like 4 minutes. We're going to have 2 more rounds, so we should be streaming the rest of that as we get that, and we'll see you guys in round 5. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. I appreciate you guys being patient on this. We got round number 5 of 6. We've got 4 undefeateds. And do you remember the color combinations that are that,
Uh,
Zach?
I know we got 2 blue whites, blue green, and a white green, if I remember correctly, right? Or blue white, blue
Blue
white and
white,
white
yeah,
green,
yeah, yeah.
right?
So we have there's a blue white mirror match on table 2. So we're jumping here to table 1, where it's going to be a blue green deck, a little bit more aggro leaning with the Zaku. And then we have Zydeek, who we saw last game playing Strike and Wing Gundam pairing, able to take that previous one we watched, and we'll see how the deck plays against something a little bit more aggressive now. And we have the start of the round started. It is we are there now. So let's jump on into it.
Yep, and it looks like both players are set up, so we're going to be starting away pretty quickly. Once we see the EX resource, we know who's first and second here. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going second on Levi's side because we got the EX resource draw for turn, and we're level 2. Do we have any level 2 1-cost units?
Zaku 2 is almost always the best one, and yeah, we do end up having it.
Yep, the games between seeing Zaku 2 on curve and not seeing it on curve are so different just because you're so cost efficient and damage efficient at the same time.
Yeah, I think this is like one of the best openings in the game. Just being able to pressure their EX base, and we see on the other side the overflowing affection getting the draw 2 and discard 1, passing back.
Yeah, the faster we can go deeper into the deck, the better it is for us to find some key pieces, especially if we see such an aggressive opener.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, not only do we see one Zaku 2, we see a second one.
That's like 4 Zaku's. No.
That's 3 Zaku's.
That is brutal. That is such a brutal
Zaku
start.
2 to the third. Oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
goodness.
That is exponentially more Zaku's here. And we have the Darbalde there, just being able to be a 4-2 and passing it back, which, we'll be able to trade into one of these after they attack pretty easy. But man, we are just going down to half shields already.
Yeah, sometimes you just open up with all your 1-drops and when you do, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. All right, we have the hero added to hand, which is not great in this early game right here. And what else are we playing out? We're playing out the
Rezel here.
Rezel and the gun tank there, which feels a little bit bad to play it now when you know that they're probably going to trade into one of these Zaku 2s, but we could unironically just win next turn. Like, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, if we have a Link and a Pilot in hand, like, it's possible.
Yeah. So getting rid of one of the Zaku 2s. Going to play out a blocker, and have the Kira, so being able to get the double into there. But man, if we have a Link in hand, we just lose.
Yeah,
Three
unless there's a
attacks.
base.
Yeah, that's true. There could be a base in shields as well.
Yeah, or one of the other minor burst effects. So there could be a little bit of variance here, but it's pretty safe to say this is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what deck you're playing. Like, if your opponent opens that many Zaku 2s, you might just lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a disgusting start.
And we're completely tapped out, so you're not going to see any commands coming in during the action timing.
Yep. The aerial bit on form. And
Now we're going
now you're
to
just so
play
tempted just to
around.
go attack in.
Because we can assume like the last lives the base and try playing around it, I guess, by just playing out our hands. But I think we're just rewarded here from swinging more often than not.
I think the only thing that we're thinking too is that if we think they have a base, we don't want to attack into them now because that just kind of overextends our board.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to be doing there. Yeah,
Oh,
playing
especially with a
Gundam
breach
Heavy
unit
Arms,
like
the Zaku
this.
too.
Yeah, I think this is a heads up play because this plays around the idea of them being able to play a base next turn. Yeah, this is rough. We have what, 5 resources right now? Best play is maybe
Yeah,
like Ale Strike with Kira to be able to like stabilize a little bit, but it's tough.
yeah. That answers one body. You can trade over two. Yeah, like that's 2 units left. One blocker. So like it's you could stabilize. But, oh man, it's going to be difficult here. It has to be Ale and Kira here.
And we're just playing 5 for. Okay, we do have it. Okay, that does help.
Yeah, probably bounce the unit that can't be linked. And pass. We're tapped out. One blocker, one life. So we're on like the like blinking red HP area,
Yeah,
right?
we are. And I mean, if we have like Amaru wins us the game, right? Assuming that last life is not a base. There's a lot of cards that are in the green and blue card pool that just give us a real good chance of winning right now.
Yeah, even like a Char can win us the game too.
Yeah.
Yeah, intercept orders isn't enough here. I'm just trying to think. I think it does have to be either a link with Amaro or it has to be just a generic link in hand to go for game.
Yeah.
That's our angle we're going for.
Yeah, if we had a pilot to put under the Zaku too, that'd be very strong as well.
Yeah, because we get the token at least. Yeah, difficult decision here because I think we're just assessing like, is this a turn we turn all our units sideways, or are we trying to keep them right up because it's going to be a little bit harder for them to be addressed if they're not rested units, right?
Yeah.
And we're just going to be forcing to have all the cards in their hand. Play the GM, we play the Resil,
Yeah, we're
two
just
units
passing
up, and we're
here too.
passing.
And again, we're just respecting that, them being able to play a base here gives them more health than if they have no shields compared to one. You could have done like maybe a bit of a cheeky trade where you're able to like attack with the Zaku 2 first, and if they block, you can trade with Shenlong. But 2 more blockers established is brutal here. Now four total blockers.
So if we get at least like a pilot underneath our, I believe that was a heavy arms, we can at least guarantee the damage to the last life because we get breach on it.
Yeah, the Shenlong. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or Shenlong, yeah. So as I know heavy arms is another breach unit.
It
You have to
is.
be
It is. Yeah.
paired for that.
Correct. You were in the ballpark. You're right. You're in the right era.
Yeah. We see 4 being tapped for wing, which means ball. Nope, no hero. I was going to say, does that mean we got a hero? Yeah, wing is going to be a very solid unit here. Being our top end and a way to kind of answer some of the board. Darblade bouncing that ball back to hand. Yeah, so that's our blue edition of Demi Trainer. We're
Yeah.
gonna be playing ball, bouncing ball, playing ball, bouncing ball. Now passing it back over to blue green here. Resources on tap. We're looking at our hand. It's not giant, so we don't really have a lot of choices here. It's just a decision. Like, when are we going to decide to start turning all our units sideways? And I think it's going to start with a wing, like trading over one of the blockers.
Yeah. I mean, if we have an Amaru will likely just win us the game. Where we're able to rest something, and then if we put Amaru on wing, we can rest one blocker, attack into a different one, do the breach damage, and I think we get enough outside of that.
Yeah, just assessing when we start doing trades, they have what, 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. So I guess if we start with a breach on wing against one of the blockers, doing damage to the last shield, and we swing our other units, we have game.
Yeah.
So is there a reason not to swing with wing first?
The L strike is a 6/5 right now, which is why.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Well, even if it is a 6/5, you're still destroying it and you're breaching 5.
You have to win the KO, right? So if you attack Wing Gundam and you block with L strike, then you don't get the breach.
Is it 6/6 or 6/5?
Oh
wait, Gundam's 4. It has 4.
yeah,
I keep thinking it has 5. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good.
Ignore me. Ignore me.
You are fine.
I keep confusing myself with that, but they have their own wing. And is this wing into any weenie here? Got the Gelgu down. No Char. If we see Char, that's also another way we just win the game.
Yeah.
Yep. Breach. Get rid of the EX base finally here. Dara Blade into life. I would be a little scared about swinging damage into them because any pilot is GG.
Correct. You know, they got 4 blockers. We have 5 attacks. The only issue is that our breach of attack can still be blocked.
Yeah, literally any pilot will fix that issue. So if we find a draw option, that would do a whole lot too.
Mm-hmm.
Show resolve, base, but like I'm assuming from how we're playing, like we just don't have that in our options. We're just drawing into units right now.
Yeah, and the fact that the launcher one is a 5/5/2 is obnoxious. The thing is that, you know, for 2 passive right here, like we only have 5 shields compared to the 6 attacks they have potentially on board.
Yeah, so it's all or nothing on this turn. So
Fall
Maul
kind of helps a little bit, and the card that we get could be impactful.
Yeah, drawing to life.
And this, I mentioned this earlier too. It's so frustrating. You get so close, and then once the white blockers start popping up, and you can't do that last damage, you just feel so bad. You just feel like everything was in reach, and then gone. And it's extra frustrating when you know you just need any pilot, right? I don't think we've seen a pilot for Levi in this game.
And I think that's just where we're looking at our options, and we just acknowledge, yeah, that's game. There's no way out of this. If we were a little bit more aggressive on that one turn, attacking the life, do we have game this turn? I guess they would have had a chance to trade into one more body, so we'd be down the body, they'd be down the life, though.
Oh, okay.
Citizens take a stand. Everything gets +3 or +2 attack on this turn.
Yeah, I've never seen that card in a sleeve. Let me be honest. So, but it's so good here when we have 6 cards.
Yep, yeah. Breach will take over here.
That's it. We have 4 attacks, and they have only 3 blockers. Yeah, and then that'll be it. All right, cool.
Citizens
we got there.
Take a stand for game. There we go. Yeah, he's just. I think he's just playing around any possible out there was, because I guess there was untapped resources.
Yeah. But yeah, what a firecracker of a game! Just being able to be so aggressive, and really just get to this end game and being able to take advantage of this card. Again, I've very rarely seen this card in decks, and but it he's able to make a board that is able to make the difference for it, and was really strong, super duper strong there. So well, that's the end of table one. We'll go to table two real quick, which I'm sure they've got a little bit more game left on their side. Yes, I was
Yeah,
correct.
a little bit.
just
The
a
little
little
hee
bit,
hee.
just a little bit more. All right, so we
Oh,
have on the right, we have Emil, and then on the left we have Jan, and definitely more defensive, like strike Gundam builds for both sides. Yeah, Levi, super close game. Got yeah. I was wondering if you got the Citizen off the Falme because I think if you didn't, you would have struck it down. But yeah, three Zaku twos is crazy. It's crazy. All right. So it looks like there's there's weird kind of like pendulum in this game sometimes too, where you'll see someone with like almost all of their shields left, almost all of their, but they have no resources otherwise. And then the people who did take damage early, they have this wide board that we see here. We're going to be able to damage out the Archangel.
now we're just deciding if we want to block this attack here.
Yeah, because
And I
it would be
think
just a
we're
1-for-1
going
trade, which is fine.
Yeah, 4 attack into life is just so strong. Yeah, like we mentioned it before. Key numbers: 1 HP. That's gun tank. That's any of the white bounce effects are live. 4 attack. That's enough to trade into any blocker without a pilot. And then 5, obviously, to get rid of a full HP base that is not the EX base.
Yeah. All right. So we're going back. We have 5 shields and no base. We have a pretty wide board for Jan here and the Archangel too. Either way, like Levi in the finals next round is going to have a pretty uphill battle against another, defensive deck, no matter who wins here. And we're
Yeah,
going to
we're
hit
gonna.
another Archangel here too.
Yeah, I definitely think for our final round, you're going to see the value from Wing just come up so much
Yeah.
because it's going to be the one way you break these boards.
Yeah, just being able to attack into a blocker too to force the breach is huge. All right, thinking on their play here. It almost looked like they're going to attach resources like Dawn from One Piece. I'm so used to seeing that. It's ingrained in my brain. Yeah. Also, I see Noblet in chat too. Yeah, I don't know if there's ever going to be like direct searchers or like top 5 searchers like most other Bandai card games have. I'd be really surprised if we don't eventually. But yeah, I feel like that would help consistency on a lot of different decks.
Yeah, I would assume they're probably saving it for like a set one to make the game feel a lot more consistent, a lot more exciting. But who knows? It's one of those things. We'll just see when it comes out.
All right. Looks like we're attacking somewhere with this launcher.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's into a body that I can trade over. Just because we have the Archangel on our side still. And we might be thinking on a command card in our hand for the action timing. It looks like it's going to be a block here taking 3 damage. Do we have another gun tank to ping it off? There's a gun tank. We're pinging it off here.
Yeah, but we're still. I mean, at least we have like a pretty healthy hand size still. But
yeah, we do.
It's there's just so many units on that other side of the board.
Gun cannon with Amuro. We're getting the double tap here. One for Amuro, one for gun cannon effect. We have link units, so we can attack immediately. We are a 4/4, I believe.
Yeah. You know, we're a 4/4 with Amaru. We get like a double rest, which is nice. We do just get the immediate trade though. I know one of my favorite card in the game is actually Gun Cannon. I think that card is just really sick. It just does so much, and it works with Amuro so well, and it's been one of my favorite cards that just exist here. And Demi Trainer to end the turn per per our rules.
Yep. No other way to end the turn.
But yeah, no cards in hand. We're just seeing with our hands crossed for Emil. This is going to be pretty tough to overcome. Just how much tempo that's on Jan's side now. Yeah, bouncing the Demi Trainer back.
Demi Trainer.
Per usual, attacking double, 3/4 into a 5 health base feels really bad, but we got to do it. And then okay, the regular Gundam there and passing.
Yep, we're feeling pretty comfortable on our tempo for this turn right now. And I think we're just kind of this awkward spot where we're just playing whatever we have now. We're just hoping it works out better.
Oh, we must have had more than one card. Oh no, yeah, because sorry, you use overflowing into after
draw for turn.
Yeah, draw for turn. Well, also the show resolve. So I mean, good cards for where we're at, but we're still just so behind. All right.
The little gun tank that could.
And then white base here, so taking another damage, being able to make a 3/3 token.
Do we have the resources for it?
I'm gonna trust the unfortunate.
Yeah, we do.
And then one for Demi Trainer again.
Card's so good, you can play it on like any moment.
Yeah, but I think we're just kind of delaying the inevitable at this point, though. It's just tough when we don't really have ways to contest what's already on board. And if we have like a pilot, any pilot underneath our Gundam, that will give everything +1 AP, which is really strong. Gives us some 5 attackers.
Gets those sweet numbers.
Oh.
Swinging Gundam first, though, so we don't have that.
I'm going to guess that you don't see what I see.
My stream is a little lagged right now.
Lag is not what happened. I'm in a snowstorm here. Let me jump out and jump back in. I'm guessing it's only on my side because it was like gone.
Yeah, I was going to say it was like rough for a moment for me, but then it's looking all right now. It's looking all right now for me.
No, chat can agree with me. It just went black, like it just cut out completely. But it must have just been on my side, which is okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I have like the stream tab open, and it was better for me from there at one point, but it's looking perfect resolution on my side now. But yeah, regardless, I think we know where we're at in this board state, because we're going to see that Archangel restand the blocker. looks like we have just another unit to play, and it's the 3/3 Gundam against the world here.
Yeah, and now we're both at 2 shields, but Archangel's on the other side. Another show of resolve. Yep. Like we're drawing our good cards, but even then, we're not doing
Yeah, it's
that
like
much with them.
Ale and Kira gets rid of like one unit here. We're going to be trading here. Uh, Getting a gun tank would be a perfect way to cap out our resources.
Yep.
But
And
yeah, it looks like we don't even have that.
another
I'm
white
starting to.
base. Card's great.
It is true. Gives
Uh,
us another unit.
yeah. Another. We got our 3/3 back. But I think from there we just. What we've got 2 resources left. No, we're tapped out, right? Oh no, we're playing. We spent resources to play. I believe that's launcher, so another blocker.
I was going to say it's a little rough on my side. I've lost a little bit of the resolution over here.
Yeah. I don't know. What can I say? Table 2 is cursed at this point.
Yeah, we're also staring down a white base with 1 HP, 1 blocker, 4 attacks. Depending on what we have in our hand, a pilot, it's an instant win for game, I believe.
Yeah. It's just so unfortunate that we don't have anything with 5 AP right now.
Yeah, so we're just forced into 2 awkward swings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is our 3/4 at first, which you can block, and then the launcher and the RX-78 are like that, but all right, we're gonna go. I believe this is 3/5 since it's with Soletta.
Yep, that is right. Get rid of the base. Now we need 2 more attacks to connect for game. And we basically have it's 1 2 card hand. So it's really like, do we have a link in hand? Do we have a pilot in hand? Do we think we're going to force a good block here to get the trade in?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna get the trade there. Strike going in.
And last
No,
life,
no base,
not
and
a
then
base.
do we have Link? We're paying 3 for blocker. Yeah, just passing.
I had nothing else as a blocker. I was going to say, where's the Archangel value? I'm like, oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no such luck there.
Now this is the definition of Gundam token versus the world again, and
Mm-hmm.
I think this is just where you call it wraps.
Yeah.
Like you have to have 2 links in hand to address 2 bodies. Ale and Kira bounces 2. You can trade with 1, have 1 body up for a blocker. So I guess you could survive if you have that exact 4 card combo, but that's it.
Yeah, you need an Amuro for sure. And then an Amuro with a link, and then any additional link can get you there since it'd be attacking for 5 and rest the blocker. No, you need more than that because we have 2 health. Yeah, there's just like no way. Okay, we're gonna start with resting the blocker, attacking 5 into maybe base. Nope. Okay, gets rid of the gun cannon. This is a 3/5, and then we are a 1 HP token here. All right, we're gonna pay
And
3 for perfect strike, which I don't think there's any 1 HP. We have a launcher and then Archangel, so we're not losing. We're hanging in there. Honestly, like the board for Jan is getting smaller. I think Emil's getting the good cards and making the right plays, but Soletta here is going to make quite the difference. It's going to give everything +1 AP.
yep, so now we're able to do the math into Archangel here.
Yeah, So this
Gotta
is
get
a
through 2 blockers though.
yeah, this is a 5/6 right now. Yeah, okay. We can attack, make them do the numbers that are rough. We're gonna start with 3. Or sorry, these are 4s. Yeah, these are 4s too
Yep.
because the Gundam boost. Yeah, 1 card in hand.
Yeah, it's not an Amuro.
Yeah, the weird part is that like what we can attack, we trade blockers again. The token can trade with the no, it can't. No, because it's a 5. Okay, we're just gonna use Archangel just to get another draw.
Yep, just in case it gives us a card we need, because we're not going to be losing to them because it's impossible for them to have a link unless a top deck is showed draws into the 2-card combo.
Yeah.
So I think this is the correct sequencing here regardless.
Yeah. And token has 1 HP. Our Gundam is a 5/6 right now. And we got another Archangel.
That would explain why it was pretty difficult there.
Yeah.
And we'll play the blocker.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, with them only having 1 card in their hand, there's no way that they can get there. Oh, but
Oh my
show
gosh,
resolve. Wait, hold
show
up.
resolve. Do we get the 2-card combo?
Yeah, Amaru plus a link gets you there. Man,
Gosh, that was such an awkward hand. You had to play 3 Archangels
yeah,
or go through 3 Archangels at least.
yeah,
Felt bad, but it's the correct play.
yeah. And needing to find the Gundam here. Cause yeah, Amaru with that is great. Yeah, we're doing the damage there, keeping it at. Well, it's got 1 HP right now. We have the gun tank to clear it, and do we have a base? No, but we have L strike, so we're
Strike and
living.
L strike. Top deck war. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I
this
thought
is
this game
crazy.
was like set already.
Yeah, I thought Jan had it in the bag, but Emil's been like chaining these show resolves have been keeping him in this game. It's insane.
You know, like you have to swing the ale here unless you have the pilot just to bounce. Because if you swing, you're forcing him to block. The
Yeah.
1/2 in the board won't get through Archangel on its own.
Yeah,
I
the
will
thing
say,
is
very well piloted game from both players, though.
for sure. Yeah, I think you just have to attack and recognize that. Oh, we're passing. Wow.
I think I'm more scared of him getting a pilot to instantly bounce and go for game now.
Yeah, right? Gun
Gun
cannon.
cannon, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe so. You just can't attack. Yeah.
I guess we're holding out to hopefully draw a pilot ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just recognize if we swing here, they have to block.
Ale
Play
and pass.
another
Yeah.
ale and
Okay.
pass.
Man,
So we
it's
at least took down a unit. We took down a unit on that turn.
yeah. And
They can no
they
longer pair and bounce.
yeah. Another blocker. But at this point, do we even? I guess not. All right.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say we're not
3.
doing
Okay.
enough
Shores.
damage.
Okay. We get our own copy of this. That helps us a lot. All right. Yeah. Soletta bounce back.
Pilot for game.
Yeah. There we go. All right. We finally. It took
Finally broke it.
5 additional turns, but we were able to get there. Man, what a scary game for Jan. But honestly, gotta show it to Emil. He played to his outs. He made it from a situation where I'm like, there's no way he makes it back to. I am sweating as Jan here because like I can see this game slowly getting out of my control. So super fun game. I'm happy we were able to catch the tail end of that one. And we've got one more final. Jan has to get one more game, and he's able to be our first winner for our first Gundam event here.
Yeah, so we're going. Was it green? I'm totally blanking. Green blue against
The blue white, yeah.
blue white. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to say it's getting a little late. Getting a little late,
No,
but I'm
yeah.
remembering.
You're a little bit more east from where I'm at. So, but I do appreciate you guys hanging out and being here. A couple of things I do want to mention before we get into our final round. One, there is an event tomorrow that Zachariah is playing, or not playing and hosting. Man, it is tired over here on the West Coast. This game right here too. But make sure to check it out. It's linked in the description on the YouTube side and also in the Twitch chat. $5 entry, 64 player cap. So essentially the same event we're doing here with just different stakes, but same kind of level of players I would expect and people getting into it. And you don't have to own a single Gundam card, and you will be able to play in this because proxies are legal. And then also all the top 8 will be on my website and on my YouTube channel tomorrow morning, so you can be on the lookout for that as well. But make sure to check out this tournament if you haven't already. Because where are we at? How many players are we at over here?
I think we're in the 20s, almost 30s last I checked.
Yeah. It looks like we're at 25, so about half cap as is. So pretty cool.
Yeah, it means first and second place get the top prize, which is pretty neat.
Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see who wins this one. If you guys are just joining, we did do a color breakdown. So we did have blue-green was our least popular color combination with only 15 players on it. We had blue-white, which was our second most popular one with 22 players on it. And then our most popular was green and white with 27, which again, pretty surprising to me that it didn't. One, that was the most popular, but two, the fact that it didn't get into the finals was surprising to me. But it almost did. It was very close. It was very narrowly there. I don't know. I think at a high level to see like the top deck wars is pretty exciting for a viewer.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like that last game just like emphasized like we're down. We've grinded out every single resource that both opponents have, and playing Archangel over Archangel to try finding that out one turn sooner.
Yeah.
It was a very close game.
Yeah, and that's just what my experience has been is like, because we don't get like a free leader swing like I'm used to in One Piece and Dragon Ball, right? The fact that you have to be greedy with your shield sometimes, are like, because you didn't make another unit this turn, you are no longer on curve. Like your opponent can get a chance to stabilize, and it really feels when there's so many blockers that can exist, it can get very demoralizing really quickly on being able to finish out a game. And real quick, I am looking at, I believe everyone has reported, so we should be pretty close into our last round being paired. So I'm going to do a little poll on the Twitch side on what you guys think is going to win.
We're doing channel points up for stakes.
Yeah, channel points for sure. All right, blue-green, aggro, our blue-white blocker control, I guess. I don't know. I guess is the best way to say that. We'll put it for 5 minutes, and we'll see what people are thinking is going to win this one. But I think it can definitely go either way. Either, we have like a really explosive start that we saw that Levi had previously, or if you're able to set up blockers and interact with the board and keep it clear and keep a deck like that out of resources, they're going to have a pretty tough time getting that final damage.
Oh yeah, 100%. Openers, late game cards, like there's so many high value cards for both sides. Getting Wing Gundam out to breach over and effectively do shield damage while also clearing the board of blockers could come up a lot too.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. All right, yeah, we got like 2 minutes. We're going to take like a tiny break. We'll be back in like 2 minutes, but we'll get the last round set up. We'll see you guys then. Let us know who you guys think is going to win, and we'll see you guys in the finals. Be right back. All right, we've got our finals for tonight. Is going to be Jan on the left versus Levi on the right. We've seen both of them have some pretty close games, and they've got to get one more win to be able to get our free win-a-box win for our event tonight.
Yeah, we've seen lots of really good games, lots of very close games, and honestly, we're talking both decks have tools to answer each other.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Lots of great late game value for both decks, so it's not totally at the end once we hit like level 6 for both decks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but ultimately, it does come down to like how strong these openers are, I feel.
Yeah, and I think it just reinforces what I've been observing myself is that there's clearly not a best deck in this format yet. If there ever will be, right? There's a little bit of a triangle format. There's a little bit of different players having different play styles, or there's a little bit of variance when it comes to that kind of stuff. So it's really healthy for a 50 set or 50 card set that we have today. All right, and we're going to go into this game real quick. And so you guys had a poll, and it looks like based on channel points, people were saying that the blue and green aggro deck has a bit of an edge here, but it's not overwhelming. It's like 16,000 to 13,000, so it's like 52-48.
Yeah, I just want to say that's just around the ratios I was going to say. It's definitely seeming really close, but slight edge. Yeah, I guess if you open like 3 Zaku 2s, you're in a pretty good spot too, right?
Yeah. That was an incredible start from Levi. He
Yeah,
had a real good, and then well to be fair, he did peter out of resources, right? He did have to make sure that he could stabilize and not like I don't know it. The end game was pretty
not
tough,
overcommit.
but the beginning game was very easy. You just turn every card sideways that you can.
Yeah, also, who was it that won the die roll here? I think it was Levi that did.
Yeah, Levi did win the dice roll.
And he chose to
As
go first, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe so. Which I think when you have like these one drop stuff, I think makes sense. Generally, it also means that I don't know. Like the thing is that like if you go second, you have a better chance to be able to attack first. But we do have the one drop Zaku, which is fine. My only issue with the card is that like it's only doing 1 damage to an EX base, which isn't doing a lot. But I much rather a Zaku 2 start than a Zaku 1 start.
Yeah, take it away, open up the Zaku 1. Pretty solid. Our opponent has to pass on their first turn. We got a GM coming down. With GM, we're going to be playing
Oh,
another Zaku 1. So we're going to be punching a lot of damage on our next turn here.
yeah,
I guess this is where if you have citizens take a stand, it can really come up because it turns your math into pretty much enough damage to get through a base.
yeah. And for 2, we're gonna play out probably a gun. Oh, a strike dagger. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of damage here. So GM's gonna be able to do the 2, and the 2 copies of Zaku 1 will do 2 shield damage each too. And yeah, thinking about what we want to do on 3. But yeah, GM going in, 2 damage, getting rid of the EX base. Zaku 1 doing 1 damage, getting an Amuro. That card is incredibly
Ooh.
impactful here. Hitting into a launcher, so 1 less blocker you're going to have to deal with. Launcher would be pretty good this next turn, so glad to see that 1 copy less in rotation. And we're passing with 3. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal here.
Yeah, it could be something as simple as saying, I want you to address the board before I commit cards from hand, or it could just be the fact that these are level 4 cards and I can't do anything with them.
Yeah. But we're gonna attach Soletta to Strike Dagger, so that will let us get rid of a GM and keep an extra resource active.
Yep, so basically Pilot paid for itself already.
Mm-hmm. So we have 3 resources and an EX resource, so we're at level 4. We know Amuro's in hand too, and I don't think it would be terrible to if we could link with it to get rid of one of these Zaku ones, but We'll see.
Yeah, any blocker is super solid here.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and
okay. There's
there's
another
another
launcher.
blocker.
Okay.
Now these Zaku ones are in such an awkward spot. Gosh, I want to take a look at Citizen Sekistan. How much attack does it give the board? Is it 2 or 3? Because
It
that
gives
matters
it
a lot.
it gives it 3. Yeah. So you could force some like cool interaction, and it's a main, right? It's not an action.
It is here. I'm pulling it up. It is a card only with main timing. All units gain 2
Oh,
AP
it is
during this
2.
turn.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it is cool that it has like it's a it does have the command effect, but it bursts to your hand. That can be useful.
Oh yeah, it's more consistency. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just looking at like the deck ratio, and it kind of makes sense for their decision there on it with the burst effect taken into account.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to say too much about that just because I know you're going to be revealing the deck list tomorrow on the website.
Oh yeah, they'll be there.
Being very thoughtful about the cards that we're using each turn because we know like we're so impactful in the cards we're playing down. It's like macro micro decisions. Every little decision will impact the rest of the game. And no swings here because we acknowledge like, hey, we're going to swing breach first. We're going to force this awkward situation with your blocker now. And if you choose to block, the Zaku ones can get through. So you're not blocking this breach unit ever.
Yeah, but it's just it's easy to trade with it after the fact, right?
That is also true.
But I do respect like keeping these Zaku's active. I think a lot of players would just attack with both of them just to try to deal one more damage. I think the biggest issue though is that we actively know that there's an Amuro in hand from the shield burst. Oh, getting a gun tank out of hand.
Yeah, I think, like you're saying, that Amuro is just going to provide more value than anything else will at this time. So we're probably going to go ahead. That's what the one tap is for the Amuro. Pair, yep, we're going to go ahead and tap down probably the breach unit here
Yeah,
because we acknowledge that is the scariest unit on the board.
we're gonna
Then
get
another
one back. Either that, or we can attack with strike and have 2 resources open with the Soletta.
Yeah, we're very back and forth on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm curious what our decision. Oh, if we're putting Kira on. Okay, so this lets us do a really good trade into the Shenlong. So it has 1 HP right now, I believe. We were at 4 health, and it does 2. Yeah, so we're at 2 health. We're attacking, getting rid of the EX base, which is fine. And then for 1, and the
Yep.
EX resource, we're playing out another Strike Dagger. Yeah, Jan looks like they're in a really solid spot right now. They've gotten some control of the tempo now. And if they're able to continue to play blockers, only issues that looks like they only have 3 cards in hand as a result, though.
Yeah, so now we're asking ourselves, is this a turn where we start dumping out our hand to threaten a lot more damage?
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna
Looks
start with
like we're playing a
Fall Mill.
Fall Mole.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, Rezel,
Rizel, and then the Zaku 2,
Zaku 2. A
and
little
then
late to the party, but we will
yeah,
appreciate him.
between 2 games, right? Like we've seen 4 copies of Zaku 2 over 2 games already, so
That is fair.
he was so early to the party last game that he can afford to be a little bit late to this one.
Yeah, so now we're looking at a board with just one blocker, right?
Mm-hmm. And right now, the blocker no, because we have unfortunately we can get rid of this fall mill pretty easily with the strike Gundam attack with the Kira. And no matter what's, unless it's the blocker that's attacking into the Zaku 2 token, something has to trade with it right now.
Yeah. If it's a gun tank, I think it's a pretty easy
Oh,
play. At Amuro, we're going to be
oh.
tapping down probably the Zaku 2, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Zaku 2 seems like a good target. Yeah. Especially because your strike dagger with Kiro can attack with it and take no damage. Yeah, which is what we're doing.
Yeah, we're also stopping a 3 attack on the next turn
Mm-hmm.
by turning it into a 0 attack now.
And yeah, the new but unfortunately we can't really do a good damage with the like we have to attack launcher if we want to get rid of the base here. Otherwise the base stays another turn.
Yeah, the base isn't providing value at least, so it's not the biggest deal in the world.
All right, think about your 2 resource play.
Going to be getting a resource back here, so that puts us at 5 resources, which could be an Ale and a Kira together.
Mm-hmm.
So a perfect strike.
Yep, that gets rid of the token. And then for 2, we're playing out another strike. Man, who's the aggro deck here? Jan's been playing way more units in this game, and it's been intimidating. But they are down to 1 card in hand. But it is such a tough spot because Levi can systematically just lose based on the amount of attacks that exist next turn. There are 2 chunky blockers that are really good at blocking here, since we have a 5/5 and a 4/4 blocker, and we just have a couple 1/2s and a 4/3.
Yeah, I would say we actually opened pretty well too as on Levi's side, right?
Yeah,
Because we opened the Zaku one, then I'm trying to remember what our second turn was. I think it was a GM with something else.
yeah, but
Another Zaku, that's what it was.
yeah, the biggest issue is that we had nothing to play on 3 resources. We just had to pass. If we had something a little bit stronger there, we'd be in a better spot. This is likely Wing. Yeah, Wing Gundam here. 2 Dawn, 4. Sorry. 2. I was so close to not saying Dawn tonight, and
You
here we
almost
are.
made it.
I
Almost made it
almost
all
made
6
it.
rounds.
So close. But yeah, 2 resources to play out the Gelgoog. So yeah, we're already kind of like in this end game. All right, strike
Yep.
dagger. Yeah, easy first swing at a 2 health.
Damage base.
Yeah, base. I believe we have, I think, either 4 or 5 shields.
Yeah, we might even have a. Oh, we didn't get a resource for turn. Yeah, that's right. We didn't get the resource. We might have this awkward spot where we're going to have to like basically trash one of our units to play another one from hand and link with it.
Mm-hmm.
If we're trying to go for Dame.
Oh,
There's a Char.
Char. Okay, adding that to hand. Pretty scary with the Gelgoog on board too.
I don't think there's a world we get that punished unless like the last life's a base. That's the only thing I can see being punishing here.
Yeah, because it looks like we still have 3 shields left. And we got citizens in hand.
Yeah, with a board of all these small little bodies, it's going to make a really big difference.
Yeah, 2 shields left for Levi. Yeah, I don't know. Like when this game comes down to just so much grinding for value, um, having a card that bursts to your hand, even if it's just like a card you have to discard later, right? It gets some value.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh,
And there's
another.
the play I was just talking about. Like, you gotta replace a unit to play a unit.
All right.
And we're up with 3 blockers. Citizens take a stand in hand. Wing Gundam on the field so we can breach through 1 attack.
Yeah.
We're probably not going for game. Like, we're probably forced in an awkward spot where we're trading.
Yeah. So we know that Char's in hand too. So generally speaking, we want Wing Gundam to be able to attack into the launcher, since that's currently a 5/5. So getting the breach there, because all the other blockers are 4/4s.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is going to be the Citizens.
Yeah. So everything gets +2 AP this turn.
Yep, so swinging wing first.
Yeah. Trading with the launcher. Technically, they can trade with the one of the perfect strike Gundams, but doesn't super matter. How many shields do they have right now? 3?
It's 3. Yeah, I believe it is 3. I
We're
know we
about
have a Char in hand. Is there a lethal angle?
kind of, right? Like if they forget that Char links with Gelgoog, right?
Yeah, or if we have the pair in our hand for the link.
Yeah. Okay, L strike. All right, 6 damage here. Yeah, if we have a link, we do win. No, we don't. No, we don't.
If we have a second Citizens in
If we
hand,
have,
I guess we.
yeah, if we have an Amaru, and I mean if we have double Amaru, right? It's gonna be 3 damage, which they block. 1 HP for that one. Yeah, and your Zaku one, yeah, gets KO'd. Or
Yeah, so many
destroyed.
cards in our hand. There has to be something that will push through for more damage here.
Yeah. He's not looking so confident though. Yeah, blocking here. 2 for
Go,
Gelgoog. We do
got the
have,
Char.
okay, yeah. And I think they were just trying to see if they would forget if that happens. And then 2 for, oh, do we have a double? There's no way. There's no
That's
way.
Char for game. There
Oh
we go.
my goodness. His setup can't handle it. It's crazy.
I was not expecting the double there. I was
Yeah.
expecting one. I was expecting one because we saw that one.
Yeah. And Jan was respecting one too, right? Not unfortunate, but man, just put him on it. And yeah, look, there's so many like,
Life last base. Oh my gosh, that if we went all in that last turn, it would have been even worse.
yeah, dang, yeah, Char carries it, and I think part of the value from this deck is that we do have just so many bursts that exist that can happen that we get benefited for it, but Levi is our winner. He's holding the Citizens Take a Stand, which, if you asked me 6 hours ago, I would tell you that card is trash. You do not play that card. But it's clearly won him 2 games in a row at super high stakes. It might be something that I need to reevaluate myself. So, yeah, someone buy
Yeah,
out Citizen. Just make sure to use my TCG Plus link, please, or TCG Player link, please. That's all I
the
require.
affiliate link.
Our
Yep.
used card market shows the card market too, but Levi is our winner, which is another winner for me because he's got a U.S. shipping address for a box, which helps on international tournaments for this. But man, Levi, congratulations! Whew, we thought you were out of it. That was
Yeah, we were both like, man, you passed on 3 resources, man. It wasn't looking good.
yeah that three resource pass was brutal. So There it is. So, anyways, a couple things though before we end tonight. Technically, the tournament's still going on, but I will say one: if you guys want more action for the Gundam card game, there's a tournament tomorrow. Link for it is in the description. Is also going to be in the Twitch side. If you need a link, you can just DM me. Also, but Eagle X is running their own tournament, $5 entry, 30-minute rounds. I would maybe say 35-minute rounds, but other than that, super fun, and you can get more action there. And you're going to be live streaming it where?
It's going to be streamed probably on Risu's channel. We were talking about that, and I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to be going, just because my PC is technically not back yet, and I can't run the stream on a laptop.
Sure, sure. So I'll make sure to promote that tomorrow too on my own socials. Risu is super fantastic commentator and caster too. So happy you guys are working together. And then also, there is a what else is there? Yeah, all the top 8 will be on there tomorrow. This is going to be free to watch on YouTube as well, so you guys can check out the action. And honestly, I'm just really happy with the event today. Thank you guys for making it out. Turnout was crazy, excitement was crazy, and I think it was a really, really good time.
Yeah, I was going to say combination of community, players, streamers, like everyone. We just came together for a really awesome event, and super happy to be here and appreciate Eggman for letting me hop on tonight.
Yeah, and you're providing the prizing too, so you know that was an even trade, right? That's how you snuck into the caster seat. But no, I do appreciate that. If you're in the top 8, I will be sending dice for 5th through 8th this week, and then I'll be sending the other top 4. It's probably just going to be all one package. So you guys can expect that. But I'll collect the information now. So I'll have it, and you guys will get your prizing in July. Obviously, when this I don't there's no way I have product early. I don't even know what set 1 looks like. So hopefully it's a good set. Hopefully the star decks are good too. So, but if you did get 2nd through 4th, you get to choose which star deck you want. You just have to tell me when the full card pool is released, because I don't want you to just have to take a crapshoot depending on your favorite color combination in March. So that will be available for you guys too. So anything else? That I think that's really it. Is there really anything else?
Yeah. I think that wraps up pretty well. Great night and fun tournament.
Yeah.
Really exciting finals.
Yeah,
can't get any better than that.
I do think that's also just one more quick point. Most of our games went back and forth, right? Even like Levi's game in the round 5, yeah, he had a really explosive start, but you could tell like he was so close, like teetering on the edge to not winning that game too. Like, you know, we almost had like the setup where you know, there were blockers and stopping them from getting there, and I think it was you know, just really exciting too. So
yeah, every little decision mattered for both players.
Yeah.
Like we saw the game where Triple Archangel taking her own life to hopefully draw into an out. We saw the pass on turn 3, but able to punch through all the damage with double links and Citizen take a stand.
Mm-hmm.
Super explosive, super impactful, strong piloting expression.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm happy to have this. I won't guarantee I'll have another tournament between now and the Star Decks. It'll likely be more likely I do another winter box, but it will be around the release of set 1, and we'll have set 1 promo cards and proxies legal, because it's set 1 Bandai card game. Cards are going to be hard to get, like per usual, but we'll do our best from there. So anyways, that's going to be it. I'm going to pay out the people who said blue green aggro. They had no doubt in their mind, and they're going to get rewarded with some channel points for it. And that's going to be it for us. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for being a part of this, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.